Everybody, good morning once more. Thank you for making your time here today. We are doing something very interesting here in the country on matters of clean cooking. For those of you who are joining us online, we are having this session from the Boma Hotel located in Gulu in northern Uganda. And we shall be kicking off this session right away with a quick round of introductions for those of us who are here present in the room very, very fast. And then we'll give a mic for those who are also online. For purposes of housekeeping, please take note that we are recording this session for the purposes of record keeping, and those of us who are here in person, we are also going to be doing a bit of photography for the purposes of, again, record keeping. We are extending the local stakeholder consultation as part of the Uganda National Multi-Fuel Clean Cooking Carbon Program of Activities. And for today's session, we are going to be starting to delve into the different opportunities for cooking using the different fuels. And in particular for today's session on Monday, the 20th of April, we are doing electric cooking. The focus will be how can we transition households and institutions in the Republic of Uganda by way of electric cooking, but more importantly, as part of the broader ambition of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in making sure that households and institutions that are able to can transition into electric cooking. Please accept apologies. We are starting a bit late, but shall make sure we endeavor to catch up. That said, I'll want to start going around the room to have those who are in the room just quickly introduce themselves, the name, where they're coming from, very, very briefly, and then we'll come to those who are online to do the same again, very, very briefly. Thank you.
Good morning, members. I'm called Mr. Leonard, the head of LSC in our district actually service. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dashovia Christmas. I am from the Ministry of Energy and Development.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kenneth Biancom from Space from Antoras.
Good morning. My name is Okedo Emi from Convened Energy. Distribution and Marketing Department distribute electric pressure cookers and efficient cook stoves, like induction cook stoves. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, members. I'm called Walter Ojara. For this workshop, I come as the founder of a startup called Eco Giants, which works in the space of clean cooking. We have only been in the energy book stuff, but I hope we are going to transition according to what the options with strength and lightning. Thank you so much.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. I'm Okelo Nanga from Electronics.
Hello, good morning. I'm Chana Ahmad from the district and environmentalist.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Manager Boha, residents in Mindoro. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's
Morning, member. I am Mr. Jimmy. I'm struck down from it will be very sincere to our program.
Morning. My name is Evan Lisa from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
My name is President Solomon from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Thank you.
Thank you. For those who are online, I can see members of Verst Carbon team are also online. I also have a guest online, Mark. So please, Mark, kindly just unmute yourself and introduce yourself very briefly. Mark, okay, if you can hear me, please unmute your mic. Okay, drop off. Members of the Verst Carbon team are online. Please quickly introduce yourself, then you can proceed.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Rahma Faiz. I'm an information design specialist at Verst Carbon.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is George Kibuku. I work as an energy associate at Verst Carbon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edith, an investment analyst at Verst Carbon.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandra Kwamboka, an energy associate at Verst Carbon.
Okay, thank you all. I guess then we'll just proceed. Name is Charles Fayol, Director of Carbon Projects here at a company called Verst Carbon. We were engaged by the Ministry of Energy and Development to come and support the ecosystem in designing a program of activities in the clean cooking sector. We do quite a bit of work in the ecosystem, be it carbon market capacity development, that is supporting communities in understanding what is the carbon market all about, including the climate space. We're also very heavy on our climate technology, just ensuring we're able to develop tools that are able to support the communities in assessing climate mitigation activities. We're also very heavy on our advisory services, be it in the carbon or climate space, but more importantly, in supporting projects in end-to-end carbon project development. Therefore, we want to officially begin the process, but before that, I'll allow a few remarks from the Minister of Energy and Development, and allow our focal point, Dr. Crispus, to take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. We expect to have different stakeholders online. So I will follow the protocol. We expect to have the representative from the British High Commission. We expect to have different government partners. Therefore, allow me make my remarks as follows. Representative from the British High Commission, representatives of different government partners, Verst Carbon team, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome from the recently concluded stakeholder engagements in Kampala, which was held at Kenron Hotel, with an intention of introducing this program to the nation. Once again, I want to welcome different stakeholders who have come from different walks of life to come and be part of this engagement today here in Gulu. Allow me to say, welcome to Gulu District, dear stakeholders. Today, we are here for the introduction of the National Clean Cooking Carbon Financing Framework and Program for Uganda, which is being designed with support from the British High Commission, with support from the Verst Carbon consultants who are doing commendable work. I want to take this opportunity to thank the Verst Carbon team for the progress they have gone so far in the program design. This program, the remarks that I'm giving are on behalf of the Commissioner of Energy Resources Department at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. We are here once again to consult different stakeholders, as I said, on different activities that we are designing, program of activities that we are designing. And this program is based on 6 value chains, where we hope that different players, right away from government to development partners, private sector, and already existing projects are going to benefit. We are considering the electric cooking value chain. We are also considering the LPG value chain. We are also considering the biomass value chain, improved biomass. We are considering bioethanol value chain. We are considering briquettes and pellets in this program design. We are also considering the biogas. So this is going to be a comprehensive program of activities that we are designing. But for purposes of the stakeholder engagement of Gulu specifically today, is to consult you on electric cooking. That is why we have different representatives from different schools. I am happy to see different schools participating in this engagement. Dear stakeholders, I do wish to inform you that we are moving away from small isolated projects as a country, and we are moving towards the national scale through the voluntary project activities. And so the objectives of today's consultations is to present the program design, the methodology of this program, so that we pick your views from here. We will also discuss the digital monitoring and reporting and verification of this program, where we shall also pick your views. We shall also discuss the carbon rights and benefit sharing, plus the program governance. Yes, we will pick the feedback from you, which of course will now inform the conclusion of the design of this program. Therefore, this stakeholder engagement is an open platform, so that you express yourself by asking as much questions as possible, so that you are able to understand this program design. I therefore call upon you to be free to ask as many questions as possible. As I conclude, allow me to recognize the team from the Ministry of Energy, which is already here with us, and more yet to come. We have Emmanuel Mulisa, who is responsible for capacity building and awareness. We also have Solomon behind there, who is a clean cooking officer. And we hope to have other colleagues joining us. Allow me at this juncture officially open this engagement and allow the Verst Carbon team to take us through for God and my country.
Thank you, Dr. Christmas, for that introduction. We shall get into today's engagement and try to ensure that we receive and record the responses from every individuals, and we shall have the forms being distributed as well for those of us who are here at the Boma Hotel. And I'll ask my colleague George, who is online, to post the same link to the comments section for those of us who are online, who can also be able to post their comments. I will not spend too much time reiterating the challenges that we as a community are trying to deal with, not only here in Uganda, but largely across the region, be it the East Africa region, or as well as Africa as a continent. We are having a challenge of clean cooking, or rather not so clean cooking, whereby there's a lot of dependence on non-renewable biomass for cooking activities, be it at the household level or at the institutional level. That has been a challenge, including schools. There's a lot of dependence on the non-renewable biomass. In this case, I'm talking about, in principle, things to do with, let's say, the firewood for cooking. Now, however, from the analysis done by the ministry, there's a huge potential that if we are able to reduce these emissions by doing a case of fuel switch, that means a low carbon fuel, as well as an introduction of a more energy efficient cooking apparatus, we're able to reduce the overall emission from these particular engagements. Looking at the number of households within the Republic that can be transitioned, are quite a number, and that's where the opportunity lies. But there's also a great opportunity within the different schools and institutions as well. In this regard, from the analysis done by the ministry, we are able to, if you are able to replace the use of, let's say, firewood with a more efficient fuel, in this case, for today's convening electric cooking, we're able to really achieve a significant amount of emissions reduction. Why are we keen to reduce the greenhouse gases in the community? Because we know for a fact that the presence of these emissions in the ecosystem has a lot of undesirable impact. For example, we know that the people who have got cases of respiratory health issues, especially within our school setup. And therefore, we envision that for those who are going to be looking towards transitioning to electric cooking, such will become stories of our forgone past. This particular voluntary project activity for electric cooking is anchored within a larger, broader program of activities, which I want to take us through in depth to make sure that for those institutions, for those households that are going to be participating in the electric cooking voluntary project activities, they understand how or where does it plug in. As we mentioned earlier, that the program of activity, the local stakeholder consultation for the program of activities was held on 30th of March of this year at Kenol Hotel in Kampala. And we are still currently undergoing what you call the feedback window for the next couple of days, which will be ending sometime later in May. And we presented to the general public the idea whereby if you're looking towards transitioning to institutional clean cooking, there are a number of different fuels that you can use, all of which are anchored within the program of activities that the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development will be playing the key role as the coordinating management entity. Now, a number of fuels were suggested and presented for utilization. There is the use of LPG, there's the use of bioethanol, biogas, there's improved biomass that's going to be renewable, and briquettes. However, for the purposes of today's convening, we shall be focusing strictly on the electric cooking opportunity, that is the electric cooking voluntary project of activities, be it at the household level or at the institutional level. And there are different opportunities within here whereby we can be using an electric pressure cooker, be it the 8-liter one for the household or be it an 80-liter one for an institution. We're also going to be looking at the case of the induction cookers. How can we leverage induction cookers as well as a matter of principle? So for today's conversation, we will really want to hear from the stakeholders how can we really make this a success? How can we, as a community here, work with the government, work with private sector to ensure that we can undertake electric cooking within the Republic of Uganda, be it at the household level, be it at the institutional level. For the institutions that are here in person or also in the virtual attendance, we want to hear what are some of the kinds of supports that you require to ensure that you can sustainably transition to the electric cooking. And for those who are looking at deploying household electric cooking devices, also interested to see how can this be made a reality, not just for the residents of here in Gulu, but for the residents of the entire Republic of Uganda. What are some of the challenges you are seeing? What are some of the opportunities you are seeing? And that's what the ministry is here with us today, to see how can then the ministry plug in, bringing private sector, bringing other private public sector personnel, including government partners, to make this vision a reality. As I mentioned that we are looking at leveraging carbon finance to support this particular transition. And when it comes to matters to do with the carbon finance, it all boils down to one thing. How can you be able to deploy or to implement a climate mitigation activity that is solely designed towards, one, either reducing the greenhouse gases or removing the greenhouse gases. Within the context of clean cooking, here we're essentially looking at a case of reducing the greenhouse gases. Now, since you're focused on electricity, a number of things we have to keep in mind. If you are trying to transition a household or an institution into electric cooking, the focus then should be looking at a household or an institution that is dependent on another fuel that is more intensive in terms of greenhouse gas emission compared to electricity. So in this case, for example, we'll be targeting schools or households that are largely dealing with a lot of the use of firewood, for example. So us, when we do our own calculations from a carbon accounting perspective, we assess how much emissions or how many emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, were coming from the houses or, for example, from a school. And then when we are transitioning them into using electricity for cooking, how much emissions are this? Now, I know most of us will say that largely when you're cooking with electricity, there is no emission. So it depends. I know that there's some in the room who have been able to interact with solar-based electric pressure cookers or solar induction cookers, be it at the household level or the institutional level. What we are now saying is that if you're doing it solar, there's pretty much negligible or almost near zero emissions. However, when you're coming to looking at cooking with from the electricity from the grid, the amount of emissions will be dependent on the grid's emission factor. What is the source of electricity? The source of electricity was from hydroelectric plants, then the emissions might be as little as possible. If it, for example, there's a mixture of diesel or whatnot, there will be some bit of emissions. But largely, the focus for those of us who are in the room are in the business of selling, manufacturing, distributing, and selling this cooking appliance. What we are simply saying is that we are looking at a case whereby you are displacing a household or institution that is relying on a fuel type that is with a higher carbon intensity compared to electricity. So in most cases, we're looking at transitioning households and institutions that are using firewood as the primary source of fuel. How do we know that we are going to be able to account for these transitions? At the institutional level, baseline studies have been done by a number of partners in support of the government to see what is the main source of fuel that schools are using, and at the same time, what's the main source of fuels that households are using in the Republic. So we always have to make sure we do a baseline study, which has been done for segments of the targeted institutions. And then now, of course, when we are doing the transition, we are going to be ensuring that we take note of which schools have received the electric cookers and which households have received the electric pressure cookers or induction cookers as well. You remember that one of the objectives of today's session is the digital monitoring, reporting, verification mechanism, because when we are looking at electric cooking devices, just the same way your house or your business has an electric meter that can tell you how much electricity you have consumed and can tell you how much you need to pay or when your token is about to be depleted or whatnot. Similarly, the one key component of the electric cooking, clean cooking project will focus on is in deploying an Internet of Things, an IoT sensor that is able to assess how much electricity has been consumed by either a given household or a given institution. I hope you're all together. I would like to say that deploying electric cooking devices at Monterey is often very simple, because if a typical house or a typical business, a typical school has a meter, an electric meter, then similarly, the same can be deployed. And I'm happy that there's one such company in the audience, Up Energy, that they informed that when you're doing the visit in Kampala, the LSC in Kampala, that they've been able to deploy such solutions. And I'm sure the others in the audience and here in person and the virtually will be able to share with us more of this conversation. So the key thing here is we're looking to transition houses, we're looking to transition the institutions, including schools, and even the commercial institutions like restaurants, like a place like this, yeah, or other hotels and whatnot, because there's a way within which one can still transition using electricity, and we're able to generate what you call the so-called carbon finance. That said, for us to be able to deploy such a clean cooking initiative, it will be very important for us to also see how and where are we going to be doing our carbon accounting? Where are we getting the formulas to do all this accounting? Because some say that carbon finance or carbon credits, the business of selling air, it's not really selling air. And we shall be looking at some of the interventions we're looking to deploy to ensure that you're able to do the proper accounting. For the accounting, we shall be looking at ways in which, when we are quantifying the emissions reduction from houses and institutions, we're able to then do the accounting using different carbon standards and processes. So in this case, we are going to be focused on the one you're seeing at the top there, which is the gold standard for global goals. A number of clean cooking projects actually within Uganda are actually using the gold standard, because it's a very, very robust accounting framework, which we shall be talking about this later in today's conversation. But more importantly, there are different kinds of what we call the carbon markets. There's what you call the voluntary carbon markets, and what we call now the compliance market. Some of you might have heard of the so-called Paris Agreement, or things to do with the COP, guys going somewhere every day in the year for a couple of days to talk about clean cooking. So in this case here, we are very keen to see, when we have been able to generate the so-called carbon credits and are looking to sell them, so as the ministry can get carbon finance to support the transition, or a private sector can get the carbon finance to support the transition and scaling the opportunities, we are very keen to see, is it possible that the vast majority of this carbon finance can be generated through what you call the compliance market. That is, for example, when the ministry or the government of Uganda is able to have a bilateral international framework with a foreign state to allow us to be selling the credits to them. That's the compliance market. How is it going to be possible, and how can the ministry support either the public institutions or the private institutions in those interactions? There are also those people who are compelled or are required to reduce the emissions from the islands. Yeah. So also those are part of this consideration, and the focus of the ministry is to see how best can we keep on working together to create the enabling environment to allow public sector and private sector transition. There are different fuels available, but the focus of this particular local stakeholder consultation is on electric cooking. How can we deploy electric pressure cookers or induction cookers, or even the infrared, with smart metering system at the institutional level or the household level? There are different entities who are going to be part of this. And of course, at the very top will be the ministry, providing the overall policy framework and guidance support for the different institutions. And we're also aware that the different players within the ecosystem who are providing clicking solutions have been clustered into different thematic areas, be it those who are coming from, those who are dealing with the LPG, bioethanol, and so forth. And for today's focus, we shall be looking at the case of how best to support those who are looking at supporting the transitions from electric cooking. So we are open to respond to questions from the different fuels, but really the focus for today session for this local stakeholder consultation will be electricity. So we're open to respond to questions on other fuels, but we really want to focus more on electric cooking. How can the ministry, how can development partners, how can private sector consultants like ourselves support you in going deeper into electric cooking, be it at the household level or the institutional level? Before I proceed, remember when you're doing a local stakeholder consultation, it's not a lecture, it is consultation. So from the few remarks I've made, the few remarks that Christmas has made, you as a member of the public, what's your initial reaction, initial opinion on the same? I have microphone available to go around. This is free, it's open. There's no right answer or wrong answer. These are consultations, yeah? We have an idea, but is the idea sound? Can the idea be improved? Can the idea be put aside and come up with another approach? You're coming from a household, you're coming from a business, you're coming from a school. How best do you think electric cooking can be supported from your respective ecosystem? Yes, I can back there. So please quickly just introduce yourself, name, where you're coming from if possible, and then your question or comment.
Yeah, thank you, Secretary. And my colleagues, good morning. I'm sorry that I'm a bit late. However, I've got some few concerns that I can raise. Number one, I think for one, I happened to join a high school when I got some bit of all electric systems in schools. Like, for example, around here, there was Gulu High School, and some all electric cooking systems in the school, as well as St. Joseph's College Nairobi also had. But somewhere, all the systems flopped. So I wonder whether people who come with the new initiative have taken time to find out why those systems collapsed, whether they were updated system, old system, whatever, some challenges now that we are coming in with the new one. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, members. I'm called Mr. Lenville from LSC. What is it? Now, colleagues, this idea of electrical classes, to me, it is a very good investment. And it's a symbol of modernization in the society. We need to be modern. Now, when we look at the effects of using firewood, we are creating what we call deforestation. And when we are creating deforestation, there is a very bad impact, changes in weather patterns. There is automatically weather variable, because we need to use the firewood for food. In any school, when there is not one, if you don't feed the learners, they can go on strike. So we said keep on using the fire. But now, when we have another alternative, which is better, it is good if we are shifting to the other alternative, so that one, it will be saving time. Two, even the source will not be clean. Then number three, even the people who are working there will be committed because they're going to spend less energy. Me, I didn't support it. So that we go ahead. This is already 21st century. What's the big people moving back? We should keep on moving forward. The government of Uganda is very clear. 2040 is, and this should be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Kenny Middle Steven, Community Development Officer, OBC of government. So I would like to appreciate the Ministry of Energy for coming with this kind of information, which is very, 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 very important for life. But my key concern is about that we need to focus on this. One is the institutional for household and community sensitization for the transformation. Two, the cooking devices prices in terms of affordability by the institution and the household. Three is the electric supply effectiveness by the concerned company. Thank you.
Thank you once again. My name is Gulu from Energy. On that again, a few things. However, my friend had mentioned, I've been in the field movie to push for this item we are talking about. I realized that to the households community, people are lacking awareness. The ministry should create more awareness on these latest that is coming on board. For example, the pressure cookers and the induction cooktops, because few still know about these things. So when you stop them and try to demonstrate to them, most of them still get it totally a new thing. And then the others is that to the schools, when you get to the schools, you look into the institution books, or the institution pressure cookers. I realized most of the schools are not yet to the standard of the 3 phases. So we need to upgrade on the phase of electricity so that they can be able to improve into this system. Those are a few things I can talk about. And then maybe to the ministry again, if we can adapt to the sales agents and see how to master in the field to groups, to people in the local community can actually make it more clear and adapt to this technology. Thank you. That is all for you.
Yes, thank you so much for this order today. I wanted to respond to this. I know the reason why the bookstops are more in the community is because many of us have like the technology of making them. You find a local craftsman in some services that will design something. So what I'm saying, I know of some people who can actually do what we call DIY, do it yourself, or some level of craftsmanship to develop this technology. So I want to inquire if the ministry maybe can support those small DIY organizations through some framework, because the more private stakeholders like us are able to design something similar or equal to those technologies we are importing, the better we are going to be able to send these things in the community. And why am I saying that? in our local communities there, you may not see anyone having electric cooking appliances. So it becomes like a miracle to them to look for it because they are not used. But if there are some local initiatives around the community that are able to design this, I'm not saying they will be much effective, but if we can have that agreement around us, have that ability to support us, people who are have the knowledge of trying to design something for clean cook. There's some framework we can work to support the technology. Is there some certification we need and how difficult is it to certify those products? Because the clean at one point I tried to certify some stuff I tried to build, but the fee is so big for me not certify that. So I just do it in a local way, which I think is not good for a program like this. Because at the end, I'll be saying those stuff which are not to that higher type. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So maybe one last one, and then we come online.
Okay, there is one challenge we have got above, particularly up country here, and it is worse in the villages. That is the problem, power stability. In a month, we have 4 weeks. So you may find 2 weeks power is not there, 2 weeks power is there. So you're well aware that we are dependent on students. And these are young people, they don't listen. Sometimes they go ahead to undermine their administration. I think it is the head teachers who's controlling the electricity. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's also respond to the ones we have. And also online, I'm seeing there's a question and comment from Benson Amanya, who is from Makobore High School in Rukungiri district. He appreciates the initiative. His concerns are as follows. One is the electric power fluctuations within the areas that will render the facility idle. That's a very fair comment. Secondly, he says, I guess cooking needs a 3-phase power supply, which is not the case in most areas of implementation. Yes, indeed. For institutional clean cooking, the 3-phase power supply. I will comment on that. Otherwise, he appreciates the consideration and the benefits of the project. So I'll briefly speak onto some of the comments, and then I'll invite Dr. Christmas Tashibaya to highlight the other comments which have been raised. So number one, it is indeed true that for you to be able to go into electric cooking, be it here in Uganda or anywhere else, the number of factors that have to be in place. One, of course, is the energy access, the electricity access be there. Number two, is it stable enough? And then number three, is it affordable? So what developers have been doing on those areas, especially for the case of affordability, and these are things we should be talking about in detail today, is number one, for example, is how can you ensure that the cooking apparatus you're giving to the school or the house is affordable? Because if you want to transition somebody, but the cooking appliance is too expensive, then there's no way of moving. So there are usually two options from a project developer's perspective. One is the question of potential subsidies. But subsidies are still a cost element to a developer. Where are they getting the money for the subsidy? Number two is carbon finance. Later in the afternoon, we have a session with one of the carbon finance experts. They'll be telling us on certain models that have been out there. One potential model, for example, has been if you're doing a clean cooking carbon project, whereby you're able to document the emissions reduction, whereby eventually you're going to be getting this so-called carbon credits. Then when you sell them, you're getting the carbon finance. It is the carbon finance, once raised, that's going to be used to be providing for finance to US developer to allow you to subsidize a store. So for example, where the manufacturing price for a store, for example, is about, let's say, $50, you can subsidize that, make it a bit more affordable, maybe in some cases, a case of $15 or $20. That financing gap must come from somewhere. In this case, in a clean cooking carbon project, you're saying that financing gap will potentially come from carbon finance. And then number two, electricity may or may not be affordable, or similarly, electricity, people need to keep on being encouraged to cook with electricity. One other aspect a developer might be able to do in some of the projects you have seen in the region has been a case whereby, are you able to incentivize the household by giving them some sort of revenue share benefits in the form of electricity token? You buy for somebody the token so they can keep on cooking with electricity. The idea here, remember, is this: when you transition a household or institution, it's not merely enough to simply give them the cooking apparatus. Yeah, you need to go a step further and see how can I make sure that once I've taken a household from using, let's say, firewood to e-cooking, how can I make sure I retain them where they need to be? Affordability is important, as well as as just incentivizing them is equally important. And then lastly, of course, is the concept of the connection between clean cooking and deforestation as presented, that the reality is this. Yes, there are arguments that being made that when you're cooking with firewood, trees will always be grown, etc. But if we stop growing those trees and keep on chopping trees for firewood, then forest stops being renewable. Yeah, and that's why now for e-cooking, it becomes an alternative fuel that can give you this extra benefits. Benefits not only for the household, but even benefits for those who are generating the electricity as well is going to be something we need to think through. Technology is important. How do we make sure that the technologies are fit for purpose? Now, when you're coming to clean cooking carbon projects, one of the requirements is that your clean cooking apparatus should have what we call a thermal efficiency of not less than 40%. Now, the reality is, and any manufacturer will tell you, as you're working towards manufacturing something that has a higher thermal efficiency, what tends to then happen is that the costs of research and development gets to be higher and higher. So then, what can we do as an ecosystem to see how that one can be mitigated? There's the use of relying on our technical and vocational institutions to think through these ideas. But for some of the questions, I want Dr. Crispus to respond to.
Thank you. This is becoming more engaging, and I want to thank the stakeholders already. The first question, I think, came from who, I think I didn't pick the name very well, but mentioned about Gulu High School and the St. Joseph's High School, Gulu. They had cooking systems and they collapsed. So what new ways are we bringing on board to ensure that these other new technologies that are coming in are not going to be, again, will not collapse? I think that is your worry. And again, that is why we are here to consult you, because we need to pick that from you. But of course, one of the reasons why they could have collapsed is maintenance. For you to continue participating in the carbon financing program, you must continue maintaining the system that you have on board. And for you to be able to do that, you ideally need some source of financing to continue doing that. So carbon financing offers an opportunity for you to keep earning some subsidies which will help you to continue doing maintenance for a period of a carbon project. And in this regard, we are talking about 5 years with a possibility of extending up to 15 years. And of course, that will not end. Of course, other more projects will continue being developed. There's also another question from, I think Mr. Nen Widen is appreciating the innovation and of course the entire program. Thank you for that information. Your only worry is about power stability in the areas of where you come from and the neighboring districts. And of course, yes, this is part of the reason why we are here. And of course, we are also working in partnership with the UETCA plus the ERA Uganda, the Uganda Electricity Regulatory Authority, which is trying to ensure that we want to ensure that the ecosystem from power generation to distribution is stable. But I'm happy to tell you that we now have excess power as a country, so we can be able to use that for booking. At least I'm able to tell you that. I think the other question came from Kenneth, the CDO of Gulu. I think you're the government of Uganda established the commission and the booking unit. For focusing on the so out of this, we have a lot of experts doing different activities where we have where we have awareness campaigns and capacity, where we have where we have demand and the supply experts, where we have booking and of course again it has established the booking unit to ensure that coordination, consolidation of the awareness and all that ecosystem. So I can be able to say that we are keenly focusing on ensuring that the transition happens. Of course, going to the national government for which is focusing on universal access. Again, I think you mentioned something on a supplier, which is slightly missed. Again, bring it up. Maybe the other issue was coming from mentioned about awareness from government. Again, as I said, there's a lot of interventions that are going on. And also we must have had a national new platform with a lot of campaigns. We are doing in different districts. We have partnered with different cultural organizations. We have designed a lot of strategies with different cultural organizations. We are continuously doing more sensitizations on different platforms. And I think the expert has designed some kind of song which is yet to be played on different radios abroad. And so many others that are coming up to show that we exercise a lot of requirements. And of course, for the purposes of local government, we have a partnering with the local government and enhance the awareness in that space. The issue of sales agent model, I think from our perspective, also matters a lot. Again, once you facilitate this market by ensuring that you remove the hindrances, maybe what we are not mentioning here is that different private companies are being facilitated in tax holidays. So that is part of ensuring that we can enhance their business performances. Now there is a design of a carbon finance program. All these are ensuring that we have affordability, and of course, once that is done, then we will be able to penetrate this. The other issue, I think, from Mr. Walter, who mentioned about the three model. I think it's about you want people to what I mentioned The government has already been now working, and we have started. Is responsible for standards, and there's a lot of standards that have been developed. Again, we continue some players to ensure that the human space in their businesses. So I think the issue of the fees, which should also be expensive for you. Of course, it's something that can be key to ensure because I think the other issue is from Ben earlier. I know it's part of the beneficiaries of the one schools that we are piloting for information about power fluctuations. Again, one of the issues that we are looking into in this transition, I mean, for the nations to ensure that these are taken care. I think you also talked about schools not the but we conduct a lot of assessments, and I know assessments are still going on. And some of you are participating. We have your schools and of course through this year, which is here and the era, we are continuing assessing, make sure that we see what exactly is needed that can be transition in rural example. This is happening the way to again the kind of I think the expressive that we have as a government cookie time. Cookie, I think you said, for cookie as opposed to 710. So now specifically this shows that we want to reach to a cookie. Of course, now we're talking about the affordability issue. That power is not affordable. Now again, by the cooking type, then now you know the affordability issue is now tackled through the cooking type. But again, this kind of carbon financing component, again, it is going to enable us now to move into the issue of the benefits sharing approach to ensure that we see how best maybe you can earn credits for every for cooking using electricity among many others. I think there's also a from a colleague that I say microphone. Maybe we'll also be able to speak through some of those that would have seriously move to another set of questions, I think, before we move on. Otherwise, I think that I think we can move with the thank you very much, Doctor. Those submissions, I just as responsive to some of the issues that I've seen come up. The ministry, in partnership with GRIP, in order to support the transition we also started a program of training local technicians, right? We understand so many people at local household level or institutions need they buy this equipment, but when the equipment is even a simple problem, it's not to help them repair. So we started training local technicians. At the moment, training about 600 local technicians in your communities, different areas. We've also established a go-to-way basket
is the technicians to know where the defects can be. We have a website called FUMEA app. Yeah. We have in our that go through our training that to run a diagnosis on hookers and find problems and identify also ways to fix those. And they struggle to have them and all put them aside and people pull here and there. So that program will be established. Right. Development in partnership. The clear people for this was for university. There are no patients, new areas, someone repairs, maybe a calculator, someone who repairs a flat iron, someone who fixes it. Realize that some of those on electrical markets and they are then and targeted as many mistakes. But that's what we actually what future we are also running pilots for that being inside. Like there is the one that was focusing on household and also have to school. So far, we were running the time of 400 the city. Or Uganda city. That is EU type of institution. Now for institutions and is not a special meter that goes to the kitchen. You don't use that electricity for anything else. It is specifically for cooking, and that is why is at 450 Uganda shillings per unit. That is meant to do two things. First of all, to lower the cost of electricity for the institutions, but also we encourage you to continue to use electricity. Now we have even done some mathematics, we have done some comparative analysis. If a school is to survive cooking using firewood over a month or over the entire term, then if it is to survive using electricity over the same term, what would be higher in terms of cost and what would be lower? So we've also conducted some of these studies and these surveys, and we can tell you that considering this tariff of 450 million in the pilot phase, we realize that it is way cheaper than the number of trips of firewood that you have to pay for. But I also noticed in some areas, some schools have forests nearby. They don't have to buy firewood. They just go inside the forest at the school and just cut down the trees nearby. So we want to prevent that as much as mentioned.
Any other question or comments? Zone brother?
My brother talked about wiring system whereby the student is not supposed to use letting the power supply to the equipment. Now let's not go to where there is no electricity within the school, the village school, campus system. What the I generate maybe the solar system. That's my notion.
Correct. So that we have, I think the whole idea of why we have this carbon program that we are discussing today is to find ways on how we reduce emissions. You generate credits when you have avoided emissions or reduced them. So when you use a generator, you have not reduced the emissions, you are adding to the emissions because that generator literally uses fuel. So fuels emit carbon. So you are just increasing. But we also have other cooking solutions, clean cooking solutions. solar. I think we have, just like the CDO mentioned, we are going to have, we shall come back to Gulu with many of these service providers, like I also mentioned, on that former we also have put that's industry portal. We have also put all these service providers companies. There's also solar cookie. There are companies that provide institutional solar cookie appliance. And we are establishing pilots in different schools, like I'll highlight before this meeting ends, where we are, because the pilot, so, but near future, also invite you to visit some of the schools where we are establishing these systems for you to learn from. A solar system can be used by a school and it can be efficient and effective. So many people, when they buy an electric pressure cooker, they think it's only for household. We have people that as institutional level have electric pressure cookers that are and they can buy solar. We establish visit and study room and we have identified.
But there's no further questions so far. Then in that case, okay, then we have a tea break and resume.
My name is Francis. I'm a food science food processor. Mine is that we need ensuring that we have full electricity connections in the rural areas. Those we have more interested in establishing industry, and also we have in the rural areas, but it's a challenge that we don't have a full connection. It is actually important. The last thing is the local governments to ensure that sensitization goes deeper in our now the demand for equity we always should have. So it's also to the UDCL to ensure that the rural education program is also I would say expedited because it's not moving in speed. For example, there are some, especially the next areas of musician. Those areas don't have electricity now. Thank you. I know Dr. Tashibia mentioned something to do with this one earlier. But just to add, yes, depending on the population or institution, usually for some of these appliances to run institutional scale, you need 3 phases electricity at the school. Is this a one investment? We shall show you a study that shows that in the long run, it is the cheaper way to go about expenses in an institution regarding cooking. So when you have 3-phase electricity, that institution, you don't need 3-phase. These are the appliances, very, very, very small electricity. I think you must have had that use an electric pressure cooker to cook. These ones that have even overstayed, those ones that can take you a lot of 5,000 worth of shampoo or to cook. In an electric pressure cooker, you need less than a liter of electricity, which might amount to about 600 Uganda shillings to cook those dry meats that they are ready. 600 shillings. So at household level, whatever electricity you have is sufficient because these are very efficient appliances. But at institutional level, depending on the population of the school, we need 3 phases electricity. But is it a one investment? It is. Are we trying to
Also in this program, we are discussing with you EDCL to see how we can cut down the costs even much higher. Like I said, already we have progressed with our pilot of the 10 and 450 Uganda cities. That's why we install a special meter that is connected to the. Why? Because when you go to once now, for you to use electricity for other, that tenant for any other school activities or institution, we want to be used for clean cooking specifically, right? So when we have a special meter, we can track and then so even nowadays it's no longer called the it's called what? Light. When you buy light, you'll buy that special number, you'll buy at it at that time. So that's one of the ways we are promoting institutions to transition. But the three-phase electricity, that is the one investment for the school because transition, it has much higher benefits in terms of cost reduction. And when we get the opportunity, we show the results from some of those surveys. Yeah,
Thank you for that. With everyone's permission, I want us to take a break. We have a tea break for the next 25 minutes. It's now 10 minutes to 11.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Edward Watchgill. I am a student with a vast interest in computer science and natural resources management at the University of Uganda.
My name is George Downstairs. I work with shop price calculator because my source of opportunity as well as business model.
Morning. I'm called Wadman Jennifer. I'm CDO, but also one of the most active users of the CCU convened. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Kipi. I'm an entrepreneur, dealing specifically in Guma glasses and cosmetics.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm called Redress. I'm co-founder and CEO Nature Resilience Initiative Africa in Victoria.
Thank you. We'll see this session and sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm fortunate that you could make it at the primary school.
Thank you. I think I will introduce. Great. So we are going to proceed to the next sessions, and we are going to have one a bit lengthy session. We shall be breaking for lunch at 1 p.m. So for the next 1 hour 45 minutes, we shall have a lot of sessions we're going through. As I mentioned earlier, it's not a lecture, it's a conversation. We are now talking about how can we go more technically to see how we're going to be deploying the e-cooking voluntary project activities within the Republic of Uganda. And for those of you who have joined us, just a quick recap. The ministry is keen to champion clean cooking within the Republic. On the 30th of March, we did a local stakeholder consultation for the program of activities that is anchoring everything that we are trying to talk about here today. And we mentioned, for the sake of those who joined later, that the program of activities is going to be anchoring a number of different fields. There's the briquettes. We are not going to focus on electric cooking, both at the household level and the institutional level. both for the public sector and the private sector. We are open to ask questions on the fuels. However, we really prefer to zero in and focus on how can e-cooking, electric cooking within the public at the household level and the institutional level. So for this particular session here, we are now looking at how then do we proceed in the transition. Remember earlier before the break, I had mentioned that there are certain accounting formulas are going to be used to quantify how many emissions have we been able to reduce. Now, at this point in time, I want to give more color in terms of the carbon credits or carbon finance. What we mean here. Now, remember we said that you're targeting households that are using ideally firewood, and you want to give the household or the institution an electric cooking appliance. It could be an electric pressure cooker, it could be an induction cooker, or any other form of electric cooking appliance. Now, we have to do a baseline study to see what are the number of the amount of emissions coming from the household or the institutions. There are ways in which we calculate that using a number of different survey tools. We ask questions like, for example, how many people are in the household, how many people are in the school, what's your mode of cooking, firewood, what's the amount used in a household or even at the institutional level. They're using a lengthy process with the methodology in what you're seeing on top. What to then see the number of emissions that are coming from a single household. Then we then deploy the applicable will allow us to then are we saying typical household or coming from a record? Now the rule of thumb is very, if you need people or many people in a theoretically it means you're more ways, which theoretically means looking at a case where you're using more fuel to prepare more food. Is that your assumption? Maybe I could ask you randomly and generally. Anyone who knows, experience what you have seen, typically how much do you use to prepare either in a school or in a household? Anyone? Typically. Destination. No, you don't usually wait, but maybe if you estimate how much firewood, shovel you use in a household. Microphones, please. Thousands of kilograms. Okay. Can I ask in terms of kilograms or tons?
It's really hard to measure.
So 2,000 shillings for firewood per household. May I ask what's the household asking about your family size, but hypothetically, how many? 3 people, okay. And
yes, in a school, we have a population of about 1,200 people. And we use it in the car. It's 15 units. Very expensive now.
Of the loneliness. How many times?
In other words, it's not that maybe 3,000.
Okay.
It also depends what you're going to prepare. And then I mentioned this. When you're cooking like this, my house size is 6. At least if you and we use about 5,000 that's about 6 pieces. Go. And when it comes to shuttles and you're cooking beans, you need more than 2,000 liters about 4,000 because these days they have a party. And if you are to cook for retail, you go up to about 5,000 and only be large. You now bring in some. So then you buy yourself. Got 8 over 9,000. Thank you.
Thank you for that extra nuance. The fact that it depends on household size, depends the kind of food you're preparing. And I can imagine in a school setting, every day there are different meals being prepared. and the land differs from the dinner, correct? Yes. Anyone else with an insight to share? Anyone else? Good. So part of a baseline study usually takes into account all this. So for example, when our good friend mentioned that they're doing 15 trips, which is okay, because even in the survey, sometimes you understand that a typical consumer might not understand the purchase or the consumption in terms of kilograms or tonnage. So sometimes you ask for we can get the price. Then what the developer does is goes around and finds out what is the regional average price of dry firewood or wet firewood, then for them to be able to estimate from spending, let's say, 2,000 EGX, how much is that in terms of weightage? That's part of the survey we often do. For the case of schools, we often ask the schools to provide what you call a typical school diary for us to understand what are the meals being prepared and what is the estimated amount of firewood consumed in a monthly basis based on a specific school diary. Now, why is the school diary important? The school diary is important because the rule of the thumb in carbon markets is this. Even as you're transitioning from a high like firewood to a low carbon fuel, let's say like electricity, the rule of the thumb is do the transition. However, you must make sure that the same amount of food is prepared before the transition and after the transition. Why? People shouldn't stop because of clean cooking. Am I making sense? Yeah. So if you're an institution, don't try and justify that your transition and the emissions have decreased by reducing the amount of meals or the weight of the meals you're preparing. No. What should change will ideally be the fuel that you're transitioning from and the cost you are transitioning from as well, if things are done right. And this is why when you're looking at clean cooking, two things have to be very, very understood here. One, you're transitioning based on the fuel. In this case, I'm getting the picture that most are using firewood, some charcoal. We're transitioning from either firewood or charcoal to electric cooking. Are we together on that? And you and I know that the emissions are definitely different. Electricity is far less, especially if you'll be using a solar electric pressure cooker. Anyone who has dealt with a solar electric pressure cooker? Solar EPCs. Do you have some? Yes, maybe Mike here, just briefly tell us about a solar pressure cooker from a household or institution. The ones you have. We have this normal. Great. Okay. About the electric pressure cookers that you have at Tap Energy.
With electric pressure cookers, is that you can be able to prepare your meals. Let's say you are cooking rice and meat. You can prepare this within 45 minutes, which is roughly 800. That is when they prepare meat and rice. But when you cook the beans, this total weight can be low. At least it goes for about 50 to 60 minutes, roughly 1 hour. Yeah.
Do you also have induction?
Yes.
Maybe you can tell us the difference between time taken to prepare the same meal between electric pressure cooker and induction, if just some quick numbers or estimations.
With the induction stove, it is faster than the electric pressure cookers. You can prepare your meal with the induction stove. Let's say you're cooking beans, you cook within less time. That is local beans. But with the pressure cooker, goes for 15 to 16 minutes. And then with the meat, prepare the meat and also with the induction you take less than 4 minutes. 30 to 35 minutes. But the stay for 45 minutes.
Thank you. And now, last question to the audience. Given the about time taken to prepare, let's say, beans with either the EPC or induction, how much time do you think preparing the same amount of beans will take using 3-ton firewood kind of a stove?
If you're using firewood, it'll take about 2 hours.
No. So how much time? We spend less or more? More? Let's hear the insights. Let's start with the schools.
Now it is going to be more because when they set the firewood on, in the plant race, sometimes they go down. They can take around 6 to 7 hours.
For the school. Just a minute, you said your house. The school, how is the school size?
The school size is population 250.
Okay, so the insight you're getting, I'll give you the mic. I'll give you the mic here. Hello. I'm giving you the mic. I'm coming to you. So he has mentioned in his school about class learners. He spends about 6 hours for cooking. Using firewood and freestone. Freestone meaning you just put the stones there, the pot on top, and then there's a fire being put. And I mentioned the key reasons because the flames or the heat intensity goes up low because it's firewood. Sometimes it's emitting a lot of the heat. Sometimes it's far less. Can we agree that that is possible? And if you're not there, yes? Your insights, please.
What I was trying to emphasize is about it depends on your availability of it. If you are available and ready, then it will take you time because the power setting will be cost.
Okay. To be clear,
around 4 to 5 hours.
4 to 5 hours.
Yeah.
But to be clear, in your case, for cooking with fire to make sense, somebody has to be there to always be time. In your case of switch on the go come back, or it's dangerous.
So it stops itself.
So I never have to be there.
You don't have to be there.
I have to see some of the difference. There's one difference on time, one difference on intensity. If I can put that in cooking and electricity. Someone, yes.
Just would like to clarify on the timing. From my experience, electric pressure cooker. To be honest, we use a shorter timing. Beans, it's 40 minutes. Meat, it's 20 minutes. Baking cake, about 18 minutes. So it's a range between 15 to 25 minutes cooking and a multiple cooking. But it's only beans with the exception that goes for more time.
Yeah.
So it's not as long as it's given. Yes, compared to freestone, that is more time. Depending on also the beans. There's fresh beans. There's beans 1 year ago. Fresh beans that is shorter. We'll talk about it now. Yet this long durable ones take quite a long time. So the pressure cooker is digital, switches overall, and that does not use small one like the 3 stones. So it's more friendly.
Thank you.
Make you muscles that yes, indeed, the 3-stone fire is also fast. It's very fast, right? It also cooks very fast. Here we are measuring at what cost. At what cost? Do we still use the 3-stone fire despite it's big, very fast? Yes. Do we still use this and then continue a meeting and then continue having all these challenges where by the end of the next school, but I know it is in where but you try to guide us the cost of using fire. So yes, the station fire might be very time effective, but what cost?
Okay. Okay. So clearly what I'm getting from the is that there are quite significant stark differences between cooking with the 3-stone, especially at the institutional level, and considering another electrical. So the point was, in the baseline study, there are some of the questions that the questionnaire usually has in terms of how much time do you spend, how much fuel do you use in the baseline scenario. And then when we are going to the project scenario, and you're looking at electric cooking, a lot of those questions are answered remotely without the presence of somebody else. And there are two specific carbon accounting methodologies that have been provided for that allows us to calculate these things. Now, remember the story the morning I said, everyone here who has an electricity house has a meter connected, meaning from where you're sitting, and let's say from where Christmas is sitting in Kampala, you can easily know the amount of electricity being consumed at a house in Gulu, because there is simply a meter. And that's the same thing we are saying with electric cooking appliances, because the kind of technology that are with these technologies or these cooking appliances, apparatuses, we are able to have a digital monitoring, reporting, verification system powered by the SIM cards and whatnot to allow us to know this specific house located outside the Boma Hotel, how much electricity was it using in real time, if possible, yesterday, today, how many cooking events were they having, the duration of the cooking events in near real time, because it's simply having a sort of an Internet of Things embedded in the electric cooking appliances. That then allows us to know what is the difference between the emissions before the transition and the emissions right now. And those specific calculations, especially for those who are going to be doing the project development, will be using one of either of these methodologies that have been made available or eligible within the program of activities. The first one is what we call the metered and measured energy cooking devices. Sometimes we'll be seeing the word MECD. If you scan the QR code you're seeing there, you'll see a number of project documents that give an extra in-depth analysis or picture of these methodologies. Now, for you to use that, it's only going to be applicable if a device is metered, and the working assumption that you're having is that all electric cooking devices can be metered. Can be metered, should be metered. However, we are aware that there are certain challenges in the costs and certain challenges in adopting the right technologies, and that's part of the work that we are doing for the monitoring as well as contact for, say, induction cookers and electric pressure cookers. This particularly for the different distributors of these cooking appliances who might not be at an economic advantage to do a carbon project. So one of the solutions is an aggregate the small scale distributors. I know, for example, you have seen different appliances in the market, but we find that companies are only able to, let's say, distribute 500 or 1,000. Some can do 20,000 easy, but some can only do 1,000 a month or not. So the framework here is for such companies who are willing to be part of this program of activities, can they be aggregated? Okay, can they be aggregated in terms of monitoring the distribution of the appliances? Now, it's not just about the adoption. Remember this, like I said, carbon project or climate mitigation is all about being able to transition a house from the use of a high carbon intensive fuel to a low carbon intensive fuel. That's the first part. So you're going to a house, you're spoken to the household, told them, stop using firewood and charcoal, consider using this high efficient electric cooking appliance. And of course, having made sure that that house or building has the right electricity. I think for houses, single phase is okay, but for institutions, 3-phase would be the ideal. Now, you have given them the stove. And I remember, you have to make sure the stove is affordable, right? Because at the end of the day, a household is about economics, the cost of living. Yeah, the cost of living. And we talk about how can you talk about subsidizing the price? How can you incentivize somebody using electricity? Okay, in favorable tariffs in the region is actually Uganda. Yeah, so if you're thinking it's high, believe you me, from where I come from, here your tariff is way more affordable than ours. Now, if it's still high, you can use carbon finance and tell the household the more electricity you're consuming, we're able to use these two methodologies you can see here on the screen and compute the number of carbon credits being generated. And when we monetize it, a fraction of that will be given to you as electricity tokens, not cash.
the program we're doing elsewhere, we suggested to give people tokens. If you give them cash, they might use the cash for something else. But you want them to be incentivized to keep on using electricity for cooking. So the benefit share comes in form of an electricity token. Have the tokens for you to keep on cooking with electricity. It has multiple benefits. The generator is electricity is assured that someone is paying for the products, and of course the household is doing clean cooking. Such mechanisms allows a person or allows the project to ensure that the household has not only adopted but is utilizing. The reason why electric cooking and carbon projects must be met is if you are feeling that you have transitioned a house from firewood to electric, you can only get carbon credits based on the consumption, metered consumption of electricity in kilowatt hours. What am I saying? If I simply come and sell to all of you an electric cooking appliance and an EPC, I just sold it, I have the receipt installed, I have after showing the location. But there is no verifiable evidence of consumption, then you know carbon credits. And show that indeed, after transitioning the households to an electric cooking appliance, they were also using the appliance, meaning they're doing emissions reduction, doing the climate mitigation. They stopped. If you are looking to come into carbon finance or carbon projects in clean cooking, especially electric cooking, we must not only show the transition or the adoption, we must also show utilization. For the schools, private, public, or others, we're looking to also leverage carbon finance. Once you get the electric cooking, the electric pressure cooker or the induction cooker, which they're there for institutional level, you must make sure there's a meter, and you must tell your chef, your head cook, you must cook with electricity, and you must make sure this plug is always there, so as we can know how much electricity is being consumed, so as when the developers are using these methodologies you're seeing on your screen, we can calculate how many carbon credits have been generated. Are you together? Only when we can verifiably show electricity was consumed in place of firewood can we then compute that kilowatt hours into carbon credits, emissions reduction. Can we then be allocated these credits by this protocol, the gold standard, and can you only then be able to sell those things to the people who need to offset the emission? I'll talk about that later. But the point is clear. Adoption must be followed with consistent utilization of electric cooking. And I know the reality is sometimes there'll be power failure. Sometimes maybe where you come from, you get disconnected, you don't pay your bills for too long. So sometimes there'll be power failure, sometimes the grid is not stable, sometimes may be disconnected. So all those times we understand there are challenges, but understand also for those times when you go back to using anything else, you're not getting about credits. Are you together? Because you are not doing a climate mitigation activity anymore. You have stopped or you have paused. Am I clear? Are you clear? One last time. 365 days of the year. But the households you have given the stores only use them for 10 days out of 365. For how many days are you sure of getting carbon credits? 10. Am I making sense? Only by cooking the electricity and you're able to measure the consumption of electricity can you then be able to calculate the carbon credits due to the household or the institution. So don't be someone that said, I'm a developer, I'm distributing these stores, I'm in the program, I installed to 10,000 households, I'm expecting X amount of credits, etc., etc. No. If they didn't use them, then no credits. Same thing for the schools. Are together? And that's why I've insisted on the word being meter. It must be meter, so as we can measure. Together. Our point is clear. For the developers, distributors who are looking to be part of this program, I hope that point is part of that is how can we develop a project or a program that ensures adoption and consistent utilization. The work of the ministry is to make sure that the other issues of energy, electricity access, stability are in place. In our case, the developer is not to make sure sell those stores to houses, make sure they're always using. Many distributors that I know of have got salespeople whose only concern is selling. Yeah, that is fine. But you must pick a struggle. You have to get carbon credits from the cells. You must make sure the people are using. So for the distributors who have been selling EPCs, induction stoves to houses, if you want to get into the world of carbon market, you must make sure the people to whom you're selling are also utilizing. Without that, there's no conversation. I know it looks brutal, but you can't say you're fighting climate change and really you're not. You are pretending to be fighting. That's why it must be measured and must be metered. And our work now is to see how can we incentivize those houses. Okay, and the challenges mentioned across the different schools, how can those challenges be overcome so the schools can go towards electric cooking, which is very, very possible. And from what I've gathered from you, there's a bit of time saving, reduced labor intensity, and whatnot, which is what you are really from. Most schools, especially about 1,500 learners, you will find the cooking departments reports to work as early as 3 or 4 a.m. And by the time they're leaving, it's around 10 or 11 because they'll be using Bristol firewood and there's so many learners and there's a lot of cooking. When the school was constructed and built, everything, the walls were white, but now I think they put a black paint. Yeah, but it's not really black paint, you know what it is, right? Because of the challenges and the impacts of cooking with fire. So that's some of the things we are trying to overcome. The other applicable methodology for electric cooking is what we call the comprehensive load emissions assessment and reporting. As well, there's another carbon accounting methodology that's going to be applicable for those of us, for those of you who will be going into electric cooking. Now, the final that I have in your mind that someone wants to ask is, so what is then this sort of credit? Yeah, it is very simple. Very simple. When you're able to show using these methodologies that you have reduced 1 ton of greenhouse gases. So we have kilograms of tons because it's very tons. And 1 ton, of course, needs 1,000 kilograms. Every 1 ton of greenhouse gas that we can be able to show using this method on the screen has been removed from a clean cooking project, household or otherwise. You're saying 1 ton of is equal to 1 carbon credit. 1 ton of greenhouse gases removed is equivalent to 1 carbon credit. Are you together? For us to know what has been removed, we must know the baseline. Remember me asking about the baseline. What do you ordinarily use? There are formulas within this method allows us to compute what has already been used. The business as usual. Yeah. And then we must compute what is not being emitted at the transition. And because that electric appliance has got these meters we've been talking about, I don't need to go to the households again, because everything is being transmitted. Kilowatts being, and there's no mitigation. Then I calculate how many emissions have been emitted because of the electric cooking device. If your device is drawing electricity from the national grid, then the work is extra easy. Okay, I calculate the emission of the grid. If there's 100 renewable, there's 0 emission. It's together. Ideas so far. We started the as usual, we came to the project emission. Are you together? Reduction is simply you take your base emission, subtract your project emission. The difference gives you how many greenhouse gases have been removed. Every ton of greenhouse gas removed, 1 carbon credits. Now, however, because cooking projects, they involve cooking appliances that can easily be moved. For example, to which border are we closest to for Gulu? Yeah?
Yes.
Sudan. South Sudan. How many kilometers are you from the border? Roughly. Yeah? Longer.
96. 96 kilometers.
Okay. Can I assume that there are houses, the Ugandans living very close with South Sudan? Can I assume that some are able to have a plans? Yes? Can I assume that houses sometimes they migrate there for work or business or whatever? So if you give a cook stove or that, can you see you're now doing the climate mitigation project? And no, the answer, just say it. The answer is a climate mitigation project, but not within the boundary of Uganda. So can we get those emissions reductions in Uganda? Yes.
What I'm trying to say is this particular case, the person is central.
But if now that house gets a nice job in Sudan and they move everything, are we together on that one? So if the cooking event, let me say the cooking events, the house was staying on this side of the border in Uganda, and then the house, for one way or the other, they migrated to Sudan, and now that's where they're living, they're doing everything there day to day. By carbon accounting processes, because the project is saying the boundary is the Republic of Uganda, they have no longer they're no longer part of Uganda. And I'm wondering how they know. We forget the meter. The meter shows the GPS coordinates. So that is going to be calculated as a leakage emission to mean they're no longer within the boundaries and they'll be excluded. If the duration is for a prolonged period, they'll be excluded from the projects. Or alternatively, the house that was staying in Uganda faces some, let's say, challenges of one to sell the stock to someone across the border. Again, that one will be excluded. Am I making sense? I'm not saying don't, sir. I'm just saying for carbon accounting, we're very clear on certain things, location, and for this project, the ministry is for the Republic of Uganda, and therefore the project boundary is Uganda. So all the activity will only be accounted for within the no administrative and legal body. Together? Yes. Now, the question, one last point, I give the mic there. One last point. You are going to be claiming that you are reducing the greenhouse gases from the use of high carbon intensity products, correct? But let's not forget that cook stove also, when it was being manufactured, there's some emissions, correct? That's reasonable, right? Yeah. So the methodologies allow or they provide for how do we account for those emissions during the manufacturing process. And of course, chances are we might not have the ones to manufacture, but we know the weight. We know the weight of all these devices there because I was indicating the box. So there are values given for the emissions based on certain weightage formula, and the developer is able to calculate those. You can also subtract. That's when we say that this cooking apparatus has been able to remove 300 tons of greenhouse gases. Sorry, has been able to remove 0.3 tons of greenhouse gases. It then means there are no other emissions that have not yet been accounted for. Okay, so we shall subtract if it's a case of leakage. The case of manufacturing cooking apparatus. And then lastly, perhaps this stoves came from Kampala and you're in Gulu and they're transported. And I'm yet to see and I fully lorry in my lifetime. I can only assume that lorry was using diesel or petrol. are most likely smaller kilometers from Kampala, yes. So we estimate what is the distance and therefore the subsequent emissions for the transport of that batch of stoves. And you want to ask, how do you know? We know because most likely during the audit process, you indicate where the stoves are coming from. They're coming from here in Kampala. So they're coming from Kampala and they're transported to Gulu and Bale and so forth and so forth. So we just do the estimations of what would be the typical emissions from the lorries. And it's usually a very simple activity. It is simply taking the emission first for let's say diesel or petrol. If it's diesel, it's 2.34 kilograms of greenhouse gases per liter. How many kilometers, how many liters of fuel are used? We estimate. We start at the last moment when the auditor is saying one stove has given or generated one carbon credit, it's very clear that all other subtractions have been. And the beauty of carbon market is these methodologies are publicly available. If you're able to just go into your Google or whatever, you type those names, you'll see those methodologies, and that's the kind of players, distributors will be coming to this program. Okay, so there's will be a more technical conversation. This one is a very general public participation in terms of how do we get these carbon credits, because others say carbon credits are a hoax, etc., but ours is to say it's not. A number of projects within Uganda who are doing carbon projects. I think you know them. Up Energy is one of them, and the others. And carbon credits are actually real. They help in scaling the transitions because some of these devices are expensive, but you have to subsidize the cost. And one of the ways is that these companies are using carbon finance to bring down the cost of manufacturing to make them affordable for the household. Are we together? Now, coming to your question or comment.
Carbon credit comes with a lot of restrictions. We are more on accountability. And the emphasis is only to benefit Ugandans. It's not. So what will happen for cross-border and the foreigners who cross to step in Uganda? Are they be eligible to benefit from the credit?
If they ability
under Uganda accountability.
Yes, so if others come into the border and your company that's part of this program provides them the stops, and the stops, the sensors really within the boundary, yes, it is. The key point is, so long as the stop is shown, it was always within the boundaries of Uganda and the project has been registered, yeah, then yes, that one is very okay. So it's not more on the strategy is more on the physical border. Are you in the border? Yes. If not, then we can't get those credits. Okay. Then yes.
I just want to expound on what you have already mentioned for purposes of our online audience and our physical stakeholders. Again, in the context of, are we going to see Ugandans benefit? Right? If I pick the question very, very well, okay. The reason why this program is being designed is that we understand that there are hurdles or challenges for the transition. First and foremost, we understand that the challenge is either from the business perspective, private sector, you're looking for finances to grow your business. You're looking for finances for market penetration. You're looking, we are looking at adoption itself, ensuring that, the different clients or different people adopt the technologies that we are distributing. So for us to be able to put together or sum up together the challenge is now to ensure that we introduce the carbon financing program, which is actually going to subsidize. I am using the word subsidize. Once there is a subsidy, it means you are subsidizing on the price, and once the price is low, you are making it affordable for the users to be able to purchase. Once the users are able to purchase, you are also making a business for the supplier to be able to bring more or supply more in the market, right? So either way you are improving the performance of the business or the supplier, but you are also improving on the demand side because now there is affordability of the product. So whether you are Uganda or not, but living in Uganda, absolutely you. Thank you.
Thank you. So on the screen, you can see what we have been talking about, the different eligibility criteria of setting up the electric clean cooking voluntary project activities. We can see that, for example, the point on the boundary, and then it's a few pathway, meaning if you're coming into this program as the ministry, we're only going to be looking at, in this case, the case of electric cooking appliances. But for those who want to go into LPG, rather than the rest, there are other similar VPAs that you're designing, but for this one, it's really for electric cooking. You will see that there's something called double counting as well. What do I mean? And I want to be very, very clear on these particular points. So let's say there is one large manufacturer in Uganda who is able to manufacture the 8-liter EPCs for houses. And let's say that manufacturer who's based in Uganda, who has got multiple distributors, decides to register that as a carbon project. And then you, as a distributor, you go to the manufacturer, he do the usual business, he sells you the EPCs, and then because you came here for this LSC, you say, oh, let me do the carbon project. Not knowing that those devices that you're distributing have already been accounted for in the manufacturer's carbon project. That is not allowed. One EPC, one cooktop can only be part of one carbon project. The manufacturer says that these stoves, 100,000 stoves, are part of a carbon project and registered. If you are the not always want to do that situation, how will the industry know? How will the accountants, auditors know? Because of the zero and the sensors we're talking about. However, if you're a distributor of these appliances and you want to be part of the program, we need to get what you call a waiver of the carbon rights, or what they sometimes call the environmental attributes of the stove from the manufacturer. If you're a distributor and not the manufacturer, and you still want to carbon project, one of the auditors will ask you, are you the manufacturer of this cooking appliance? No. Is it from somebody else? Yes. Do they wait for you the right? Yes. Provide the letter. If not, go get the letter, then you come back. These steps are just there to ensure you don't have a case of double counting or double claims. So the manufacturer is saying this stores, and then all the distributors saying the same thing. Okay, so you have to be very, very careful. If you're dealing in the distribution of cooktops that are already, if you're doing the distribution of cooktops that are coming from known carbon market players, before you have the intent of doing the carbon, please make sure you have this conversation with whoever is giving you the stops. Yeah? Am I clear? Yes. There's no harm in getting credits to a distributor so long as those stops are not being accounted elsewhere and the manufacturer has given you the rights. You might be wondering, why is this important? I mean, I've bought the stuff from the manufacturer, it is mine. Yes, the cooking device is yours, but the intellectual property that went to designing it is not yours. Yeah, and it's the intellectual property that speaks to the research and design effort. That's really what we are now saying in activity. Why don't this same thing? The household bought it, yeah, but the intellectual property to make this stuff be 85% efficient was an innovation, time, and resources from whoever came up with it. How the household can benefit is now the thing I was talking about, the benefit sharing mechanism. How do you incentivize the household to keep on using the electric cooking devices and not necessarily get all the carbon credits, but have a share of the same? Are you together? So yes, you purchase it, but the intellectual property may not necessarily be yours, and therefore that's what the carbon rights usually are vested with the manufacturer, the person who has the intellectual property in designing the store. We have cases whereby
you want to be in the business of EPC, you don't have the manufacturing capability. So what do? You go to somebody, you give them the design and tell them manufacture this thing and put the name of my company. Yeah. And in that agreement, make sure they do not have any claim to those environmental attributes or benefits like carbon credits. Are you together? So it's allowed. They understand, the carbon market understand that not everyone is a manufacturer. So the only thing they just need to make sure is one, either you are given the rights to the credits because or you give them the technical specifications when looking of the EPC, they manufacture and for you and your company. And therefore you own the intellectual property. Am I making sense? And what idea here is to prevent cases of double counting. A manufacturer manufactured 1 million EPCs, they sold to 10 of you here. Manufacturer is making a claim of 1 million EPCs. Each 10 of you is also making a claim that some EPCs have already been attributed or accounted for by the manufacturer. So that's why we have that particular conditionality in place. And believe you me, it's always possible to account for these things. Okay? Keep that in mind. Are you together? And when I say being given the waiver, I'm talking about a letter. Yeah? Paper, contracts, proof. Are you together? Make sure everything is always in writing, not email, in writing. Okay? That I, Charles Manufacturing Limited, have waived the rights to Solomon Distributor of EPC. Just be clear, black and white. Are you together? How many for each duration, etc., etc. Are you together? It's not a one page. It's a very, very particular document that says those rights are yours, and he or she cannot register the same devices they sell to you. Are we together? Yes. I'll not iterate about the methodology of a bit on it. When doing carbon projects, 2 pathways of regulations or laws must be compliant. One, because you want to have the carbon project registered under the gold standard, by default you have to be in compliance with the gold standard regulations on different items. But more importantly, because the carbon project is being done in a country, what you call a host country, and in this case it's Uganda, it then means that you must also be in compliance with the regulations of the country. I'll give an example. Remember I said the minimum thermal efficiency of our cooking device for the gold standard is about 40%. But if the Uganda National Bureau of Standards says, if you want to do a clean cooking business and the thermal efficiency, let's say, is 60%, will 40% make you in compliance? No. Up and clear on that point. The supreme regulation is out of the country. Together. So if the country is a must have an efficiency of 60%, but the concern is saying 40%, it must be compliance done for the host country, this case, Uganda's. Of course, because you're doing a carbon project, there's a carbon market, there's a climate change regulations in Uganda, correct? Yes? You must be in compliance with that one. But you're doing a clean cooking project. Is it not? Most likely, there is an energy regulation policy somewhere that's so that you must also be in compliance. If you're manufacturing those things, the regulation relates on manufacturing. They are right. You have to also be in compliance with that. What is my point? In compliance to one regulation, one policy, and not in other 4 applicable, makes you in compliance. Compliance. Am I making sense? So if there are 6 applicable regulations across the board, you must be in compliance across all. 6 are not 5. It's on carbon market, on energy, on manufacturing, on anything that is applicable to your ecosystem. If the policy from the Ministry of Environment and Water is that certain policies must be done and environmental social impact assessments, then you have to be in compliance. Together. Short with the carbon market guidelines on gold standard, as well as all applicable regulations and policies in Uganda. on clean cooking, on manufacturing, on standard, on importation, etc. Don't decide not to pay an import duty because you're saying I'm doing a clean cooking project to help the government meet these conditions. No. If there's something you have to do with the URA, you do it, you will finish. Are you together? You must be in compliance with all regulations applicable to business. Together. I'm together that. Yeah, yes. We don't think there's any kind of exemption. And now, before I go into a quick Q&A session, is for how long can you do or participate in a clean cooking project from a carbon perspective? Now, there's what we call the crediting period, in which you allow to get carbon credits. In the context of e-cooking for the most 5 years. What do I mean? If you have the project registered by July of 2026, you can be generating those credits so long for at least 5 years. If in 5 years you can still establish the problem of not so good cooking is happening, you can have the project renewed for another 5 years. Okay? You make it 10. If you've done 10 years, the habit again renewed again. And together. So what I'm saying is once the project is registered, you could potentially be generating the credits for a period of 5 years, up to 15 years. The reason why this is provided so as because it's known that those developers will incur high investments. The idea is providing the room to recoup investment as you keep on doing the good climate mitigation activities. Are you together? I really want to stress the points on being in compliance with all the applicable regulations. Because remember, the vast majority of you or others not here might have been doing the business of selling cook stoves, electric cookers, induction without the carbon. For you to have been doing that business, there are regulations, right? And you are in compliance. Keep doing that. And then now, because when it comes to the carbon, you add now the carbon regulations. Do not substitute one for the other. If there are 20 regulations, you have to be in compliance with all 20. If there are 5, there are 5. Now, part of the work is that with the ministry is that for those who will be coming and of course be part of this voluntary project activities, as distributed and whatnot, the work is now supported in making sure there's a checklist and all those things are found to be in good standing. Because if a letter comes from the ministry, I think the Ministry of Environment, Water, and Ministry of Energy, to the work and say this project, this developer has been doing 1, 2, 3 bad things, then your project will be suspended pending verification and investigation. Are you together? And believe you me, they're never in a hurry to investigate. They're never in a hurry because you knew what you're doing was potentially questionable. So always make sure you're in good standing. There is the carbon regulations in Uganda. How do you get a project registered? Is getting a letter of no objection, a letter of approval. You must be in compliance with all of those because the concern will ask you, where is your letter of objection? Where is your letter of approval from the ministry? Where is the investment letter from the Ministry of Energy? Are together? So there are no shortcuts. Literally, there are no shortcuts. I'll pause there for a quick round of Q&A from anyone. Any question or comments, including from our colleagues who are online?
Thank you very much. In overall, I would like to say this is a totally new idea coming up, and feel like we should first cross there or pilot it and be able to understand how effective it is for this to work. Otherwise, we still have so many questions that remain unanswered or irrelevant. From the way I understand, there are 2 methodologies. The first one, the EPCs to say. That would be as good as to serve at household level, to me, the way I see it. Then number 2, clear, where you measure tons,
and then you get the carbon credit. I would think this is good enough for institutions. The issue of the carbon period, where you talk of the first one you apply for is 5 years. My concern is even if you renew to 10 or 15, and we stop there, what will happen beyond that? Will people not still slide and go back to doing the environment, abolishing the electric appliances like for this project? My experience on the financing is that as one from the north here, there's going to be a lot of work for you. Because I think this has been the first and massive project, EPC project under GIZ. When it comes to product knowledge, we are still struggling here in the north. It is a very new technology. People are used to the IAT here or clean cooking, the other chapel stores, and a bit of LPG or gas. But electric pressure cooker or induction, we have a lot of work to do. Before we even jump into talking about meter, not meter, carbon credit, and that, the technology itself is a problem. We raised this to GIZ last week, on which it will feedback will even go to Ministry of Energy and we will. There are a lot of subsidies in the market. I hope this will benefit enough or more than what we have had before. The issue of eligibility. We don't know whether this particular project, we look at, for instance, use of one ID per person, or is it only an individual household to benefit, and the rest of the household members will not, or it's one ID per meter per product. I'd like to stop here for now.
Thank you. As you get the mic, a quick feedback on the three questions. I think the first one is that just for clarity also is that if there anyone who's looking at doing an eco-chem project and they want to be part of this, that's why the ministry is here. It's just coming, expressing interest, and then we love the journey. And then the technicals of how to operate the methodology, that's where now we come in. If you're part of the ecosystem, we look at your stove, is it eligible, etc. Now, for now, the other questions to the ecosystem, what happens beyond the crediting period? It's just that if the period, if you're doing a carbon sample, the critical comes on end, the study is the hope or intention was that by the time you've exhausted the full length of a project, you have done the intended ambition for a particular area. That is that's the hope. And then they believe that also one of the reasons for you to be allowed to have an extension is one, making a request and showing there's a need, but also the question then will be, does your stove have such a lifespan? So if your stove's lifespan is 7 years, and you've done the first 5 years, you want to go the second crediting period, then the question would be, are you going to replace what's there or not? Because if not, then at year 7 we stop. So also those are technical considerations, but the reality is usually when you exhaust your period, then the assumption is everything is done. And if you want to contribute more, you start the process again. Yeah, that's why it's usually 5, 5, 5. On the next of you mentioned GIZ and how they're trying to do, and that's why now different people have been doing clean cooking initiatives on their own. And that's why the minister said, hey, we want to provide more structure, more clarity, and whatnot. For example, there's something we call a standardized baseline. For you to do a carbon border, you must to do a self-distribution company. It's expensive, I mean, costly. That's what you're saying. Could we do one for everyone? So as then the person knows so and so is doing the cooking here and there. So if someone wants to go back there and say, hey, what's in another region, etc., to bring more structure so you can have more impact. And so even when you're looking at capacity building, sharing the technical expertise, the technical advisory, everything's a bit more structured. That's the kind of approach you're looking from the ministry. And then the last one on eligibility. So if a stock comes to a household, we're not looking at each individual member of the household is in credit. No, the credits are basically on account of the entire household. So the point where we were interested in knowing how many people in the household, because that influences amount of milk, the weight of the meal to be prepared, as well as now the amount of fuel used to prepare the meals in the business institution scenario. But when you're looking at the credits per stove, the assumption is that stove goes to a household. Whether there are 1 person or 5 persons to our households. And then we aggregate how many households we have. Let's say cooking. Let's say there are 20 households. We calculate how many credits are generated from that bucket of 1,000 households. So people how quickly they're using, they're requiring more energy to prepare the food. Fuel, so that's been knowing so yeah. Our questions.
I just don't this is good. When you pay for the survey, when I might send you or GSA, get the survey our school. Suppose that question where we say in case of fluctuation, and system is already in place. How do we make that up? That's not what told that the host has to be maintained here. Some kind of using firewood. You don't have to leave it completely because it's a fallback position. Now, when you did that again, the carbon free house maybe
Thank you for a very fair point. Yes, reality just within the continent, electricity is, of course, Gulu is but comes with challenges. Either those maintenance, those power rationing, either those blackout or whatever. So the best practice recommendation is when you have an electric cooking, electric cooker for instance, entire. Some cases you have somebody backing up the, but what my electric will have us back up because of those are the challenges. There are some then can we then consider solar? Yes, but there's implication to that as well. But to be clear, if the project is for a project, then the credits will only be generated account for a consumption from. So whether it's for the mills, calculated based on that one. How much energy was consumed by way of cooking by electricity. If somebody has embedded a hybrid electric and LPG, and it was already defined reduced part of the sun, then you can get on board. But it must be made where now we're installing from the get-go. There are some equipment I've seen, electric is primary, and then they still are running with briquettes as a backup. And if that is also made very clear from the beginning, then that one can also be accounted for. So it's a question of, did you have that indicated? Yes, then we can account. If not, then we cannot account for that. That's why everything must start almost like a fresh. Then you see what is the stock being introduced, how does it operate. Very clear. A question can be, can a single cool project? And Yes, because you're doing a crime mitigation activity, but not in the sense that if you're a pool of, let's say, 1,000 learners, and I'll give some numbers we are using from some projects we've done elsewhere, where we're looking at steam cooking using LG, a school of about 2,000 learners. It was able to generate about 800 credits per annum. Now, if you look at the cost of generating the credits, doing the audit and everything in the project, the cost for one school will be higher than whatever we're going to make from the credits. So when it comes to the same thing for household, even though you can get credits from a typical household, but from a project design, you must be selling from schools because of the economies of scale. Okay, so yes, one school can do application, but the economic sense will be just one school of, let's say, 1,000 learners, not necessarily. That's why for primary schools, it's good to we back them together, especially the ones who've been doing electric. We back them together, the credits are generated, it's about then we see how to do benefit share. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I think most of the questions you have asked there, but I just thought I wanted to just make a rejoinder, and I will start from what he has just ended with. We are aware the overextent of developing your own mitigation project, which is very costly, and that is why you find that not very many project holders are able to do that in Uganda, right? So that is why we are developing this program as an aggregator model, where we are going to have all those schools aggregated into one, so that we are able to generate as much credits as possible from a band of many schools. So that is one. Number two, I think the gentleman mentioned about awareness. Of course, it is an issue about awareness, but this is part of awareness. So I just want to make it very clear that also this is part of awareness for people to understand what is going on, and we take views from you. But again, as mentioned in the beginning, that we have to already have the awareness and capacity building expert in the house who is directing the ministry, putting together strategies of awareness about this journey. So it's also something we need to take note. And of course, a big strategy that has been made. Then the other issue, I think the gentleman mentioned about the project being designed for every 5 years. Okay, maybe it can go for then only 15 years. But what happens after the 15 years? They had you mentioned it, but I also want to mention it that a distance of 10,000 you start with. This is one step at a time. Let's begin from there. Yeah. There has been a challenge. We noticed it at the beginning in the first step. Right? Very true. We want to see whether we can be able to change. Right? What is available now? What is there now? So that within years, if we reach 15 years, then we can be we need to extend or the impact has been realized. I think I wanted to add that. There was from the electricity regulatory authority on incentivizing electricity usage. And there is the time introduced, which says any unit in one is 50 units a month will attract a discount over 50%. That is from 750 shillings to only 412 per unit. With the introduction of this and if I the other side
guys will be eligible to benefit from it with a double which are not qualified.
I think let me ask. Yes, we have a cookie type that has been used. One way is to encourage you to be cooking, right? Using it. I think we already mentioned about it. We have a domestic cooking type and institutional cooking. Of course, someone has worked for household. So, and these are different activities. You can cook with electricity, right? But again, it's saying, obviously, we also generate carbon credits. We have two activities run, right? We have a 400 and the 12 but we also have 370 stations for when you have above 80 is above 80. So all of these are encourage you keep electricity with hope for what? For cooking. That is why we mentioned earlier that you can have separate meters. So this meter for stations is going to be put in your kitchen 1 year by which is specific for cooking. You will not place a more power maybe for dining more or that is specific for cooking. And then we have the project instead of if you can make it.
Actually, that's very much accurate because there is there, but houses on their own position, transitioning on a bit of push has to come in. And if you need a household transition or a school transition, these appliances are not necessarily reliable, or we have to incentivize these manufacturers or this just scale. Because the last thing you want is only with pockets of cities. No, consumption must be nationwide, not left behind. So there's some houses they can afford, some cannot afford. So the program, we can say, I'm targeting people who are the lower income, who are working but not have some income to have this or this induction cooker. So those are the functionalities are there, and therefore, yes, both will benefit. Is there any other question? As we go to the next section, in light of the comment on the different houses, I will not spend too much time here. We are targeting both houses, the households and the institutions. When I say institutions and institutions, it could be a school, it could be a prison, it could be a religious institution, it could be the commercial institution looking at transition that eligible to resurrect. If you're in the call virtually or you're here in person and you have to be part of this from a common project perspective, the ministry is here, then from there we start having the technical support, the capacity, etc. These are technicals, but for the companies who have expressed the interest to support the ministry in this cooking with ethanol, LPG, whatever, we are starting to have those conversations. And make sure you reach out. Public institution is also eligible, but remember, like in any business, scale is important. If you're a household distribution and looking to distribute stores, but your target for this is 1,000. I'm not saying it's not good, but maybe we can do more. And if you want to look up just let's say 1,000 households, the economics might not make sense. That's where aggregation comes in. So the people who are doing distribution of electric cooking devices and let's especially say they're looking at EPCs, come together. We have a single project, but of course ensure the accounting for each respective company, because I found it very honest with you. Yes, you're doing an investigation. Can it get you enough credits and enough return on investment? The answer is no. The amount makes that we have to go big. But if you can come together, we look at the legal and commercial conversation. But it is very, very much possible as an aggregated pool. Okay, and that's what we are trying to achieve with this framework. So development partners, anybody who's doing clean cooking can participate in a carbon project. It's just a question of the how and the skill we can do it, and of course making sure you follow the respective guidelines and regulations. I don't want to deliver that point until there's a quick question on that, on participation or participating entities. Okay, and remember, any business, there'll be financial conversations, right? Now, I know most businesses, you have got a business model, yes. Some businesses are financial models. So part of the work we are doing to this ecosystem for those who be pleased is we should be supporting you carbon finance modeling on top of it. Yours is to focus on in transitioning households and making sure the houses are the other securities here and there. And that's where you must come for, and then we work together with that and very we went on some of the benefits from the household level and institutional level. Some are talking about less emissions and all that. Don't know when you're doing a clinic, the most straightforward benefit is on saving the trees, right? We are reducing the amount of trees required in cooking, removing the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. That is SDG number 13. Yeah, but we know for that institutional level, also the continent. I don't know if the case here, but it's time to go collect soil. Yes, especially where I come from, campus, remote areas in the country. So let us all go and see. So in case the issue of time, you need to understand there, planning the fire road to make sure that put prepare. When you're doing a climate mitigation project, when you're doing a carbon project and want to get the so-called carbon credits, remember I mentioned carbon credits are just numbers. You remove one greenhouse gases, you get one carbon credit. It's not easy money. You have to go to the market and sell your produce. Now, I'm willing to bet or assume that the current price I'm wearing, I can go to 2 different markets in Gulu and get at 2 different prices. So, what will make one price different from the other? One to be the salesperson, yeah. And I will say this one came somewhere. Yes, all this is correct. Now, when you're doing a carbon budget and you're coming to now selling those carbon credits, so that's can become actual cash. And the cash, the transaction in this ecosystem is US dollars. The stories, the verifiable stories, not just the gossip, verifiable stories within how your project was designed can affect the price of the carbon credits. Currently, average price for one carbon credit for clean cooking over the last couple of years about $4 to $10. But there's one such project that was $75. How are you monitoring your project? How are you providing the level of verification required of your project as well is very important. It's moving. Example is the climate action. If you're doing any carbon project, government will SDG that climate action is simple, obvious, direct. You see emissions changing a fuel. We are coming to clean work either SDG that can tackle affordable energy. Is electricity cleaner than yeah? I have to ensure that the energy required is affordable. So let's say subsidy, if that says yes, then you can claim energy now. Okay? You're not telling the partner there's an extra layer of benefits for. So, am I making sense? Okay. Here, I'm not shaping the story, but the story has to be verifiable. Did we measure or the school or our school in terms of that smoke before transition was exactly which I have to. Okay, there's a particular a particular particle. Just a moment. Let me help those on end. I don't think they can see. Just a moment. When you're looking at clean cooking, there's a particular particle, dirty particle in the atmosphere when you use firewood and whatnot. For example, there is a lot of smoke, and if you go some of this kitchen, it's black. It's not called the black carbon, or reflect the soot. Reflect the Korea, now at the bottom of it, there's that come. Now, ask yourself if that black thing is on the wall, or is it also in your life? Yes? The impact of clean cooking during change the fuel. This colleagues on see, it's change the fuel. Is your child respiratory illness or whatnot, then you can make a claim on good health. With this monitor, an air quality monitor, you can just put in a school to see the amount of that particular small PM 2.5, how much is it there now and before. We did a study in Kenya, and there are cases of when you go to the sick leave for schools, yeah, you see so and so is always sick from the kitchen department, and there is all some respiratory health issues. And now we'll be monitoring that particular school and coming back after a couple of months and see how the transition. Did you see any cases of sick leaves because of respiratory issues? If yes, you can make a claim for SDG. Sorry, let me just project again. You can make a claim for SDG3 on good health and well-being, but there must be all this monitoring to be done, etc., etc. Then there's a project I remember that there was mentioning they're doing with an improved Bamba stove that was specifically targeting a particular gender as part of an empowerment program to economically. So if that's you can also say my clinic is a component because I'm empowering a particular gender. I can say before the project there was 0 for that gender, and now the project there this number, and we can easily document it, and then you can make a claim for gender equality. Are you together? Remember, we started SDG 13, but we've been able to identify the other benefits of the project, and that's going to be very, very important for our project. And then lastly, there's a case of life on land, simply saying we are now conserving our forests. Yeah. A better study will be done to see if you were to compute the number of trees that a school was if you were to compute the number of trees that a school consumes from fire, you'd be surprised. One school can compute all those lorries of fire in 1 month, in 10 school months. How many of those were? They multiply that by the number of schools in our country. You'll be surprised with the number of trees. There'll be the millions of trees. And please, don't tell me about schools use twigs or litter. No. They use those, yes, but the vast majority often goes to chop down trees and purchase this thing. So if you can do a story and say the amount or the number of trees saved because of your projects in the institutional book, you can make that claim. And then distance work and economic growth, because today maybe you're employing only three wealthy people because you're only selling 100 stores. And now, because this whole opportunity of carbon finance, you want to be manufacturing and selling 1,000 stores every month. Most likely, you might hire new people, right? And if there's a proof that this is empowered because for SDG number 8 as well. Are you together? So it all comes down to beyond climate action, what are some of the other environmental attributes that can be tied to your project? Now, I've talked about stories and making sure the stories can be verified. So within the gold standard creating program, they have an SDG, Impact 2, SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals. They have tools that can be used. The veracity. Are you actually saying the truth, or are just stories attached to your project? So that one can always be deployed, and there'll be a third auditor who comes in to validate that indeed your project empowered people from a particular gender, that your project is able to save this number of trees, and so forth. So, whereas you might be tempted to have claims that your project is touching on all these SDGs, making sure it's verifiable also be equally important. That's where putting records will be absolutely important. Any question, clarification on this? The ones indicated are the ones that we are looking to monitor for the particular electric cooking. The standards will require SDGs. One, of course, being compulsory is the one for on climate action, and you can as many as you want, all 17 if you want, but making sure that we can verify is equally as important. Any question or comments? Okay. Trying to wind down before we break for lunch is safeguarding principles. Now, remember I mentioned that when you're coming to any project, there is the regulations or the policies of the carbon registry and those of the country. Are you together? I will not go into the ones of the country, those are known. You must ensure that whatever business you're doing in the country, certain policies, labor policies, etc., are adhered to. Correct? I want to just mostly focus on a handful, the ones that are touching on this standard. Last year is that you confine underage fellows into a room to produce these stuff for you. Those are some of the last we want to hear. We must make sure that the project is done without infringing on any fundamental human rights that are yes, support all vendors where possible, do not infringe one. And one of the key things that yes, we want to distribute this booking source expense of safety. Setting up a manufacturing plant that is having a lot of noise pollution in the name of making stores of sunset community is counterproductive. So making sure we adhere to that principle is very essential. Cultural heritage, indigenous peoples, displacement, resettlement is important as well. You are not going to displace indigenous people to set up a clean cooking factory. Are you together? Yes? We are not displacing people, just set up a factory for clean cooking. That is not acceptable. When you are looking at deploying these stoves to the communities, like there's a question about EPCs being done by this development partner in the region for so long, and it may have not been as successful as envisaged. The question then will be, did we look at the culture of the people to see how we could create the sufficient awareness and engaging the community as well? There's one community, I remember in another project also not here in Uganda, we're talking about biogas from waste from the schools, and then you use it to create energy used for cooking. For some, they said that that picture of waste then coming back to cook, or something they say it's time for it to be okay with them because of just that perception. So those small nuances, we need to make sure that we are doing this electric cooking project to get importing. The bill becomes too high. You are contemplating doing those bad things, paying on the side and not paying your due taxes to you to no. Corruption is not acceptable within the carbon market ecosystem as well. You must do things in the right way and principles. And you might be wondering, how will the gold standard that is based in Geneva, for example, or the ministry with its headquarters in Kampala know what you're doing, let's say here, the far north? I can tell you this for sure. For your project to be registered, it must undergo a series of audits, and audit starts at your office. It continues to the ground. It goes to the houses that we sold the stores to as well. And all these questions are being asked to the project beneficiaries in your absence. Okay? So that's why I'm saying all these principles are going to be checked. We must be able to verify then also the incentive mechanism you put in place is having an economic impact to the community as well. If you're saying the beneficiary in the form of subsidizing the stores, then we have to actually change your books. That's why carbon financial models are very important, and we'll be talking about that in the afternoon session as we close today's business. I will not iterate on climate and energy because whatever you're doing, we must make sure that you have made positive impacts on the climate. You cannot be saying you're generating carbon credits here and destroying a carbon ecosystem. No. You cannot go and deforest 10,000 hectares of forest so as you can come and start in factory to manufacture stores to prevent deforestation, which deforester may visit the factory. Am I making sense? Everything has to have a net positive impact. And how are you overseeing waste water management in the e-cooking project is also very, very important, especially when you're looking at certain fuels. They tend to use a bit more water than the rest when you get the manufacturing. Not necessarily impact the e-cooking project, but something we often making sure is checked. Environment, ecology, land use, I will not reiterate. Carbon project, we must make sure everything is done as per the norms of the international industry, but more importantly, the host country, in this case being the government of Uganda. Any question? So for our comments or additions, any principle you think you might have left out or observations you've seen from the community? Yes, back there?
These are very good principles. There are a lot of contradictions sometimes in the market we go through. I was very clear on a different solar project. And we used to talk a lot about universal principles of human rights and security. There's a case where you sell a product to security organ, and the community comes around that you are aiding the arrest of the community through by providing them light. Because in case the police says arrest the member of the community, you are assumed to be supporting the police, supporting the arrest. So there comes some few contradictions here and there. But generally, these are good principles. We just need to practice.
Thank you for that. And actually, that presents an interesting component. Remember, when you're doing an electric cooking project, I talked about these sensors that are able to measure power consumption. And I also mentioned, and if you didn't mention, I want to re-mention and say, such sensors can also pick the location of a household. So the entities that are going to be supporting the e-cooking carbon project and will be putting the sensors will need to make sure that there are certain restrictions to the kind of data they are collecting and to who has access to it. I'll give the example of VS Verst. We have done some piloting of these stores in projects in Tanzania and also in Kenya. And I am the director of a project. I'm telling you for free. I cannot go to the particular part of the platform and see the name behind the household, but somebody else in the company can, and it's like one or two people, because I don't really need to know who's there. I just need to know if the stuff is there, not the who or their phone number and the name. I don't. It's the developer. That is the work of the auditor. So when you're looking at just to connect what I was trying to say, because for such information we collected, it can easily be misused. Somebody can hack the company. They find who's cooking a lot. If you're cooking a lot, it means you've got money a lot. You have a lot of money, then you go and steal. Yeah. So making sure that platforms are secure is one thing, and making sure certain data is only accessed with people who should access us. We don't have a case like the one you're trying to show, where projects are being misused parties. Yeah, for whatever reason. That is very, very important, just to make sure that things are as they're supposed to be. I'm just checking to see if the life department is ready, or we finish one more section. Yeah, question here?
Thank you so much for highlighting these principles. They are good. Although I don't know, maybe I'm just missing out something. Do we have some measures in place? Because currently we are also looking at ensuring inclusivity, like looking at our persons with disabilities. Do you have any measures in place to ensure that they also participate actively like any other person? Thank you.
Yes. So actually, for example, I'll give you the case of any business that is, let's say, distributing the stocks. I don't think they ever choose apprenticeship. You ever choose the household? No, you don't, right? Yeah. So one, the project is open to anyone and everyone. So even the institutions that are preferred meals and they are what you call back home we call them special needs school, they're also eligible. There's never ever a restriction. In fact, part of the work that the auditor does is to see if there's a deliberate exclusion of a community or gender. And if any evidence is found, that project can never be registered. So we are always very, very clean in that. And I know there are different partners working with the ministry within the refugee settlements. Can imagine. They're not Ugandans, but they're part of the community, and they're still included within the clean cooking framework. There's a different project that is also targeting the refugee settlements as well. So there can be absolutely no case of people being excluded for whatever reason. I even mentioned in the presentation, institutions cover prisons, right? They'll be reformed, right? And come back to us. If not, so they're also part of the projects. Should any of the institutions want to include them?
Thank you, Charles. I just want to also add that these appliances are the best technologies for even people with disabilities. Why? Because compare person with disability using the 3-stone fire, and then also compare another one conveniently just having to press a button to cook a meal. So it safeguards them from any fires, any burns, any smoke. So the e-cooking technology is the best for people with disabilities. So we need to encourage them to use it as much as possible. I think the conversation should be how would women benefit more from these incentives, apart from generalizing it for everybody. Because the statistics you gave is that the women suffer more from respiratory related illnesses because of their exposure to cooking. There are more times in the kitchen and they are more at risk. So how best can we have it benefit the women more? If it's a general figure for all Ugandans, how women have more incentives to benefit them?
Okay. Well, thanks for that.
Let it stand up because
part of the benefits we speak about when we are talking about the transition to e-booking or clean booking in general is because of how much value it is for women. Why? Women are the ones in the kitchen. Women are the ones who even walk around, collect firewood. Women are the ones who endure all these other challenges here and there. Why transition to e-booking? We already say that it saves more time for women. Because if I had to, that time, let's even look at, before I get to the firewood part, let's look at the charcoal part. Lighting security takes some time. Cooking and then coming, say cooking, you have to remove the saucepan, add charcoal. When it gets done, etc. So all that process consumes a lot of time. And I had you passionately speaking about how much time it takes to cook using an electric pressure cooker. So this whole program, this whole transition actually favors women more. Why? Because it saves time. Secondly, when the kitchen is cleaner, and by cleaner it means smokeless, it is very good for their health and the unborn children in case of an unexpected mother, or even reducing indoor air pollution greatly in case there are infants at home. We've seen the statistics about how many children die due to indoor air pollution, etc. So this technology, this transition in and of itself favors women and children much more greatly. For the men, yes, we might. So like I said, that's that inherent benefit. But even for you as a man, it saves you a lot of other costs. And I have to speak passionately about because you use the technologies and you sold them, you marketed them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Besides profits, having done sort of selling and marketing, there is renting. Do we have what is really I'm thinking ahead, but try to acquire. This one is when I was done with the meeting, I talked to I had to cook in the stove. Said now the program comes so fast so that it can rest. So I don't know when is the time frame to reach the steps. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll do one on the warranty, and maybe even Brandon can tell us how they are doing the warranty, and then maybe I have on time frame. How fast can we go to the schools? His school being of urgent need of transition. So for warranty is must give to about 1 year. And when you're doing a carbon project, the terms of the warranty have to also be filed with the carbon register, the carbon standards. So that's one for sure. The argument usually is so long as it's not on a mechanical issue in terms of you, the household, you hit it on the floor. If it's a failure on the part of the mechanics within the rectifier, usually the distributor must take care of it. Maybe our energy can tell us, and then I come to Mr. Tashomia to give the comment on how fast. But that's the general principle of warranty. Maybe Up Energy or any other distributor in the house, provider of EPCs or ICs, okay? Go ahead.
Up Energy, what we do is that we do give a warranty. Normally it goes for 5 years. So within the 5 years, that is to the carbon standard. Within the 5 years, in case your EPC has issues, we have the technicians across different regions that we connect them to you. They have to go place. They take a look at your EPC. When they find out that it's actually the problem with the EPC itself, the company takes the responsibility. And then it was your fault let's say you mishandle the APC, there's a slight cost that you overcharge. Give you a small cost and you hit the cost. Check that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Charles. You know, since you already promised by one, at one we shall break for lunch. I may be standing in the gap of lunch, and so I want to be very fast so that I don't become a stumbling block. But again, in the morning session, I'm just responding fast on the one issue briefly. You heard that we trained over 600 artisans. The capacity building officer is there, he has reports of technicians, right? It's just a rejoin on what is happening and when you come in the program, what you may find there. So those are some of the difficulties that you may find there to pick from, right? Then the issue of how fast we can move for schools. We already began. We started with the pilot and selection. You remember when we selected the schools, random. And then there's a lot of assessments that were done several times rigorously. Then now, a new program is here to ensure that we continuously support what we already started. So I think while we finalize the design of the program, we also hope, because we already have the vendors doing the work of procurement, maybe before I finalize on giving my final remark on this, let me ask Up Energy, because Up Energy is part of the vendors for schools. Maybe you can briefly tell us, have you already started? Briefly, just in one sentence.
Thank you, Mr. Tasuya. We've been able to inspect many schools in northern Uganda and across Uganda. We started on transiting into the institutional electric pressure forecast, whereby we have inspected the schools, and even the UEDC are much aware about this. They are working on installing some of their parts. Then all the main people set up the electrical pressure cookers in these different institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, as you can see, work is already ongoing, right? Then, of course, there was a question about the electric phase. Some were talking about they are still at 2-phase, some don't have. Then some are talking about 3-phase. UEDC is also doing that part to ensure that electricity 3-phase is fully installed, so you are able to use these gadgets. As you can see, programs are running concurrently to make sure that we finalize this program as early as possible, right? So you are the next. That's what I can say. Very fast to make sure that we start participating. But the good thing, as we designed the program, you are already on board. You're already on board, and we have seen the expression of interest that all of you are going to be included in the program. And all the schools in the pipe are all going to be included in this program. Thank you.
One of the things and the pilot that we have with the primary school and the secondary will benefit from this program.
So thank you everyone for that. We shall proceed for lunch break. It's now 1:10, and let's all commit to be back here by 2 p.m. so as we can finalize. And the areas we are finalizing in today's presentation is For example, we talked about a lot of carbon finance, about 1 credit is 1 ton. So how many credits can be generated from a typical cooking appliance at the household, at the institutional? We shall quickly look at that. We shall look at how do we do the financing frameworks for e-cooking, specific for e-cooking, and then we close down with more questions, comments, and next steps, especially for those who want to support the ministry in transitional e-cooking. So please let's try to be proposed to be back here in 1 hour by exactly 10 past 2 p.m. We'll be back, so as we hopefully by 3:30 latest, we should be done with the official presentation of the same. But in case you've got any questions or comments, there are forms put on your table. Please give us those questions and comments. The ones you presented are also going to be tabulated, and all this will be captured in what we call a local stakeholder consultation report. So feel free to keep networking, asking questions, interacting over lunch, but more official questions, put them on the forms, and we'll be back here in an hour, and we'll get instructions on lunch, etc. within the facility. Thank you so much for being part of us, and I hope to at least have more faces after lunch. Gives us, I think it's just give me a thumbs up if someone can see the screen. Please just confirm.
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Now, for adoption, you're looking at the cost of doing the transitions. And this is a question of, are you going to be doing the things called subsidies? And I'm keen to also hear suggestions from the floor, how you think we can support the financing frameworks to ensure these stalls are affordable. And then for the case of utilization, what incentive mechanisms have you put in place that of course are going to be affecting your operational costs of capital injection?
Sharing.
They share the one thing. It's not the same situation. So, in this case, we spent a lot of time talking about the carbon rights, who owns the carbon credits, and I think it was very clear that these carbon credits belongs to the owner of the intellectual property. So even though you are an end user who bought the cookstoves, the credits do not necessarily belong to you. What the developer can decide to do is when they're selling to you the cookstove, you agree on a revenue share mechanism. For example, I bought this cookstove at whatever dollars it is, I spent my money, but by me cooking the electricity, it is you, the developers, getting these credits. How can I, as the household, also get the credit? So the conversion will be that maybe you're willing to share some of the proceeds in the form of the electricity tokens you are talking about, for example. That has been known to be one of the most known or one of the ideal ways. Another way could be some of the carbon finance being generated can be used to reduce the cost of the cookstove itself at manufacturer price. So we're talking about things to do with the subsidy. What's important here to note is that the gold standard methodology requires the developers to have an incentive mechanism, and it must be identified. What are we doing to ensure that incentive is there so as this transition can take place? But more importantly, what does the National Climate Change Mechanism Regulations of 2020 mechanism to the community? This has to also be stipulated within the programmatic design. And in this case, there are usually like 3 ways within which we can deploy mechanisms that can be taken to the representation of beneficiary mechanism. One, we've been talking a lot about the device subsidy. That is where the carbon revenues can be used to cross-subsidize some of the cost of the stoves. Or a case where the carbon finance can be used to reduce the cost of large scale. I'll give an example. Most of you, I think, you have gone to markets. We know for a fact that if you're going to buy 12 packets of milk from a retailer, it might not necessarily be the same price per packet as opposed to buying 12 boxes or 12 cartons of milk from the producer. Because when you're buying things at scale, those you call the economies of scale. So similarly, the framework we are thinking of here is, can we deploy the carbon finance to reduce the cost at the manufacturing level for this particular producer? Because now we're looking at many people together. And I'll go to the example of the distributors of, let's say, these devices, the small scale distributors. Perhaps if we came together and did a single placement out of 1 million cook stoves, the price we're getting from the manufacturer will be much better than you go and ask for 100 devices, another asking for 300 devices. The small numbers. When I say small, I mean for manufacturing level. Yes, you're doing good work, but at those small numbers, the manufacturer cannot give you preferential rates or rather rates that are making an economies of scale. Yeah, so the option there is when you're aggregating for such a project, we can be able to play around with these numbers and reduce the cost of manufacturing and pass that benefit to the household so as they can take up the devices. I know we all know about pay as you go. Are you familiar with it? Any use cases in clean cooking that maybe you have been part of? I know the phones have always been there. So give an example of either phones or cooking devices that are known within the community. Anyone? Microphone? Either you have heard or you've been part of, or you heard, you have seen, whichever, just share some insights of our pay-go model, either from the phones, electrical devices, anything, any pay-go model that exists within Uganda that you are not aware of. Anyone?
There is one which is very cool, the Encompass.
Okay.
Encompass. The one for solars.
Tell us.
So the one for phones is also there. That you pay as you consume or you're using. And it can easily be blocked and as long as you fail to hit the business certain times.
Okay. Any other example? That is Eco Plus.
M-Copper.
M-Copper. Oh, M-Copper. Okay. Another example. In clean cooking. Also, we all buy things direct. That is good. We all do single payment. That is encouraging. Do you have any? Pick. Let's hear from Apanaji.
I pay in cash basis system.
Or cash basis. And is it subsidized or is it just normal price?
It's subsidized.
Subsidized. Can you tell us more about it? How much is the without subsidy? How much is with subsidy? Any example you can give us?
They realize that the total cost of distributing one EPC costs around 450, but the account finance subsidized to 250 around each EPC. Yeah.
Are you all there? Yes, another example.
Well, thank you. I will talk about African clean energy, not part of it, but I have a project. So for them, they give you a cook stove, which is about 600,000 Uganda shillings, but can pay like 90,000 a month till that month finish. Only the difference that they don't charge you interest that payment. Because you were paying like 100,000, you give you a stove. And the other panels of 500,000, you pay the exact 500, but you don't pay the interest. So for them, they're saying that is also a carbon scheme because you're going to pay over 9 months or 12 months, and they are not charging you the interest. It means you're benefiting. So they must a company and put in their money that period of time.
I hope you're all together. Any other example? So to be clear, carbon finance has always been there. Yes, example? Or question or comments, anything? Because there are some of the ideas we can think of and see how can we make them better for this particular electric cooking VPA. Yes?
Paygo revenue. Give an example, lighting systems using solar. Daylight, for instance. It's a form of higher batteries, where you deposit and you make a traditional deposit, a small amount. The device has a tracker or a chip that you be paying the balance every other time by given period of time till you complete then the ownership will be transferred to you permanently. That's a big load. Then subsidies. It's on a case by case basis. I participated in this one of GIZ. They give the market price is discounted by 60%, and target beneficiary to empower you, you pay the 40% and own the product.
Thank you for that. So I think we all getting the point here is that what all these companies are trying to do is make whatever product it is, be it the case of cooking appliance, heating appliance, or even phone, to make it more affordable or easily accessible by the end user. And that's what now we're saying about the carbon finance, that's the potential that carbon finance can come into play. So I won't get into the nitty-gritty, but whenever you're looking at such kind of carbon projects, we're also looking at how can the program be sustainable. So for the developer, you have to look at what are the potential operating expenditures of your platforms. We know that pay-go models work, but do they work for the company doing it, or do they work for the end user? Because when it's pay-go, it means I'm selling 1,000 devices to people who will ordinarily only pay, let's say, 30% for it. So to each person, the 70% balance to a people. That means for me as the developer, I must have some good cash reserve somewhere that can allow me to sustain my business, because I'm giving people products and the partial payment for 12 to 24 months. So how then do I, the developer, sustain my business and keep on scaling? That's why I know how and where carbon finance can come and plug in. Because if you use the developer just giving people products on pay-go, yes, you're helping the community, but yourself, your bills may not be entirely sustainable. The balances, the books will never balance. And that's why I know you're saying carbon finance can be used to support a pay-go platform. The carbon finance also will be used to maintain the monitoring reporting verification system. We have talked about SIM cards. So imagine again, you've got 1,000 devices are given on pay-go to people across the country. The electric devices. You must make sure data is streaming. And for data to stream from Gulu to your central server, there must be a SIM card that was purchased. There must be data, correct? And it's supposed to be loaded and communicate for the entirety of the crediting period. That is money, is it not? So where is money coming from? Carbon finance, depending on how we do the structuring, can go towards paying this. What am I saying? So when you see people doing carbon projects, before I say that we're just making money and putting in the pockets, there's a lot of expenditure that goes into sustaining that business. The monetary verification takes a huge chunk of that. The platforms, they're giving people products at one subsidized, at a discounted, and then they're paying over 12 months. You need to stay afloat. Carbon finance can do that. And then there's this whole issue of the incentives for the electricity tokens. Should we approach as well? Who's paying for that? Because you have to purchase from the distributor or seller and then send it to the house. How are you going to finance that project as well? So there's some of the ways within which carbon can be used to support the project, and that's currently how we're looking at doing this project in terms of the design, as we're keeping on in the stakeholders like yourselves. Now, that is the technical bit. Now, the period now, we want carbon credits. Where are they? How many carbon credits can we get from a cook stove in a particular place? I want to refresh our memories from the beginning. We say carbon markets are about displacing high carbon intensive activity. Remember, we gave the example of houses dealing with firewood and charcoal, correct? Now let's just think here before I come to the numbers. If you have an EPC, let's say from our colleague here of energy, and that EPC is 90% efficient, 8 liters, 90% efficient. He sells it to one household that are using LPG. 5 people, LPG. Another household, 5 people, firewood. Another household, 5 people, solar. Where do you think they'll get more credits for the same stuff? And why? Where and why? Where will you get the most? Where will you get the least? I'll repeat as he takes the mic. He's selling an 8-liter electric pressure cooker, 90% efficient, to a households of 5 people. Same gender, same weight, same everything in 3 different households. One was using LPG, one is using firewood, one is using solar. And he's selling those 3 households. Where will you get the most? Where will you get the least? If you just think, yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, presenter. First and foremost, colleagues, I think I joined you about midday. So members of you have not seen me. I'm James Ochaka. I'm a forest professor and also an identifiable person for Gulu district. Now, for this case here, the biggest carbon will be generated from the household, which was using firewood and has now changed to EPCs. So the why, because when you use firewood, generating more carbon. And therefore, when you put to the carbon credits, when look at the chance, it is much more. Now, the least thing will be the one of solar.
Why?
Why? Because solar is almost splitting a chance already.
Anyone of a contrary opinion? I think when he says a forest officer, you will feel he must be correct. But that's fair. That is actually the case. Remember, we talked about displacement of emissions. A house that is using either the charcoal or the firewood, the emission is high because those fuels, the efficiency is far less compared to the case of electricity. In fact, how do we know about the efficiency of 3-stone or charcoal? Is we look at the wood to charcoal conversion ratio. Yeah, that ratio is always very, very important. That's why we will say a 3-stone using firewood efficiency is about 10 to 15% compared to now his stove at 90%. That means he uses far less energy to prepare the same weight of food. So and you change the cooking equipment, things are better. I've been talking about also things. You change the fuel, change the cooking equipment. So the fuel is one. Then the cooking apparatus, because the amount of credits you will get from a 90% efficient induction cooker will not be the same from a 50% efficient induction cooker, because this one at 50% is not as efficient as that for 90%. Therefore, it has got more emissions than that one. Are together? But the problem is the higher the efficiency, you have to spend more in terms of the research, design, and whatnot. But the more efficient, the less the emission, and therefore the more the credits you're getting from what you are displacing. And also it means is, if you are using solar and someone comes to sell you electric pressure cooker, what should be the answer? You already have a solar cooker. Somebody is coming to bring for your induction electric cooker. What do you tell them? What do you tell them? Yes? Anyone? You're already using a solar cooker. Someone's coming to bring for your induction cooker. Do you buy it? And if you buy it, will you use it? Yeah? Because you've already done the displacement. Are you together? And if you're using LPG, do you buy the one for electric? Yes. Yeah. Yes? Yeah. Yes, it will help you as the household. Now, for the developer, they will not get as many credits because LPG is not entirely clean, but it's also an efficient fuel. Yeah? But so the displacement will be far less than the person from wood, so firewood, so from wood or charcoal to electric. Are we together? So the different factors that will tell you how many credits you can get from one EPC. Why am I stressing this? Because when this program starts, you'll start to hear, oh, for this program, we are getting 2 credits. But another one for another company, we're getting 0.2 credits. They're stealing from us now. Some of those things about the science, the mathematics, the calculations. Are you together? So before you start criticizing how many credits a particular carbon project is getting, you must ask yourself a number of questions. efficiency, type, household, etc., etc. together before we move to judge. Now, it's good to have a forester. What I'm showing doesn't matter a lot. What's important is how many credits are we looking at. Now, we took an example of a household whose device efficiency is about 90%. Electric pressure cooker, 10 liters, 1 kilowatt usage. Another one, induction, 2 burners, 3.5 kilowatts. To just try and do some quick numbers for demonstration purposes. Okay, this is just for demonstration. Now, these numbers were done this year. These numbers will have been double what they done last year. Why? Remember at the beginning, when you're talking about clean cooking, it's all about saving our forests in principle, right? Saving our forests from deforesting, forest for fire. So, remember I also mentioned earlier that you can still get carbon credits from doing a firewood carbon business, so long as to the regulator you're able to show that firewood is renewable. In other words, do we have more forests or more trees being planted or grown compared to the amount being deforested for firewood? Or is the case reversed? Here in Uganda, do you have more trees being grown compared to being deforested? Or there is a lot of more deforestation compared to afforestation?
Deforestation. Afforestation.
Do you all agree?
Yes.
And there's data to back that. Yes? Our colleague, is there more deforestation compared to deforestation? Or the other way, especially for Gulu? Speak about your district. Let me help you. About your district, what's the case? Or depends? Tell us it depends on what.
Now, generally for Uganda now, because there's so many tree planting programs going on, at least for the last 5 years, statistics shows we are planting more trees than what we are cutting. The percentage forest cover has increased from 9% to 13%. That is the official figure.
9% to
13.
Okay.
But of course, the target in the NDP4 is to move it to 24%. So we still have what to do.
Okay.
So that is the official statistics. We are planting more than 13. But I'd say depends on the region.
Yeah. So that's a national average. Now, I want us to take some data from that. Then I'll tell you why these figures, had you asked me to do this calculation for you last year or 2 years ago, it would have been double. Same thing. Previously, it's a case of more deforestation than the rest of the people are doing and the growing trees, the afforestation. But there are a lot of initiatives being undertaken to start to slowly reverse the situation. In clean cooking, there's something we call fraction of non-renewable biomass. How many trees are being replenished compared to what are being deforested for cooking? As you say, the cover was 9%, then it rose to 13%. And I'm sure it keeps on rising because there are more and more initiatives. There are so many cases, I'm sure, of other farmers doing agroforestry projects, right? They're doing coffee, they're doing agriculture, and then they're putting other trees within the farm. Have you heard of those projects? Yes. Is that not tree growing? It is. And then number two, are there no existing clean cooking projects in the country already? There are. So definitely, logically speaking, deforestation has been slowing down. Now, there's a factor we use for calculation here that I mentioned, fraction of non-renewable biomass. Based on what has been happening prior to about 2 years ago, there's more deforestation compared to afforestation, and that factor was about 88%. But after more initiatives and more examination of what is now the case in Uganda, that has dropped to about 40%. Half of what you could have gotten as credits has now gone down because there is documented evidence showing that deforestation because of cooking is slowly being mitigated. And because clean cooking is about combating, in principle, combating deforestation, that factor is going to affect you. So had you come in last year, this number will have been, 2 years ago, it would have been almost double. So in this particular case of this particular EPC, we are saying if we use that fraction of about 40%, and all those other factors, a household size of about 4, we are looking at definitely 40%. We are saying that all factors held constant, we're looking at an EPC of 10, about 0.26 credits per annum. About. Okay, but I've mentioned depending on different devices, location, the cities will change. And our colleague mentioned, depends on the region. There are regions where there's more forest cover than others. I think you can agree that I've not gone to all districts, but I'm sure some of you have. There's some districts, there's more forest cover compared to others. Yeah. So the value will be changing depending on which province or district you're doing the clean cooking project for electricity. So that's the number. And then down here, and this is where I want the distributors of these stoves to understand how you have to work together. In one device in 1 year, this calculation, we're getting 0.26 credits. If you sell 1,000, how many guys are you getting? 265. If you sell 10,000, you get 2,645 credits per year. Assuming you sell 1 credit at $10, assuming that's the average, slightly average. That means at 10,000 devices, you're only getting $26,000. How much do you use to manufacture 10,000 devices? You make the box balance. That's why we are keen to do aggregation, so we can be able to do all these things together jointly and reduce the cost. Are we together? But remember, the credits issued for device have a lot of factors. What is the displacement? Okay, what is the present displacement? How many households are you talking about? Which districts are you looking at doing the clinical projects, etc., etc. That's some of the support we are providing with the people who are coming on board. That's the case for household. We try to do something similar for a case of an institution looking at 3 15-liter EPCs, not so big that will help us, maybe a school of about 200 or so. So that's for the credits being generated, we're looking at about 6 credits per school of about 200 or so. In the case of Uganda, of course, depending on other factors held constant. Again, as a school by yourself in 1 year, the credits being generated, okay, it's good work, it's good climate mitigation, but by yourself as a single school, it's not much. And that's why you're saying again, let's put schools together to have this economic scale come down, both at the manufacturing level and also the fees to get in projects registered. Am I making sense? The key point here is the lot of factors determining the amount of credits, depending the location, what are you displacing, etc. Together. Question? Any questions or comments? The key thing is not the numbers. The key thing here is that individually, not much effort will be done. The costs are higher, but if we come together collectively, we can achieve a lot more in clean cooking by way of using electricity. Question?
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. I'm very glad to be part of this training. Personally, I love cooking, it's one of my hobbies. But if I'm to talk about our parents in the villages, right now we can all say that there are more trees being planted than cut. But do we go in a practical bit of it in the kitchen? Do we see what happens there? Or we're just talking from the outside? Why am I saying this? First of all, let's go about the sustainability. I'm glad that you talked about sustainability. This sustainability is not only for the but also from the end users. For example, suppose, for example, this game or pay using the SIM cards. If you don't pay, that means that
they're supposed to be assigned.
so for a that I'm not able to pay to utilize
the
the
number of
payment,
employees.
that means I'll have no
Nikaandika hiyo letter, nikapea nya bado haisign, na kisign na hiyo hapo.
and then
A document confirming the number.
secondly, well, the cost of electricity.
Some echo. What? Continue.
Okay. I'm glad that the is to energy. Let me hope I'm talking to the right people. Yes. Maybe you listen more carefully. The cost of energy is very high. Affordability for the people in the grassroots. Can they afford the energy? Yes, there is solar. But also with solar, the flexibility. Every time you have to carry this solar in and out, faster than I will get tired. Carry this solar in and out. What about for the case where I'm not home and there are kids? How am I going to take care of the equipment? You get then too, electricity. The cost of electricity is very high. If we are to make this sustainable for everyone, not only for the urban joiners, but also for my mother or for my grandmother who lives, let me say, in Madupe, where I come from. And actually, there was a time we stayed for 1 month and there was no power. If someone is using electricity, so in that moment, in that 1 month, tell me no one has cut down trees. That is a very big lie. That means let's look at sustainability, not only from the producers, but also from you people and for the end users. Sustainability, and also let's look at something that works. Yes, we can look at the profits margin, but this thing is going to be, if we don't manage it well, mostly for the end users, is going to be a time bomb. Right now, we will manage, but give it 10 years from now, we are going to go back to square zero. And we all know that. Why? It's because we failed to sustain. So that is my plea. So I'm here. Mamas in the village who know nothing. And even if they know affordability, you know that economy right now, the economy is not very good. And the cost of electricity is very alarming. Even if you purchase, sometimes the purchasement is very low. But even some of these objects, by they consume power. They consume a lot of power. Yeah. So let's look forward into sustainability, mostly for the end users, not only for the city dwellers. I'm repeating, but also for my daughters in the village. So thank you very much.
Thank you. More questions and comments? Then we respond to about 3 or 4 questions and comments.
I wanted to ask a question. You maybe discuss it, but you've never seen a sample here right now. I don't know if you have a sample somewhere. Don't see is believing. So I can go and say something which is coming is going to be like this. You have been sitting here and you're talking like a ghost. Don't see any sample. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Thank you. My name is one. My question is nutrient loss in foods when one uses these energy saving appliances process.
the charcoal firewood.
Interesting. And then respond.
Yes, thank you. Mine is on the regulations, the climate change regulations in Uganda. You did make a mention in your presentation, but you not referred to the particular section which is affected by this carbon price and beneficiary. But my through like it's also open. It's mentioned, but there is no local point. That means again, the end user may not benefit much. Because the other person will call it the IP, one with the IP, maybe one again to state. I wanted to comment to ministry with respect to the regulations and the implementation is very mischievous.
Thank you. So I'll respond to some and then we'll come back. Let's start from the floor. So Lily wants to speak about nutritional laws for EPCs. So she'll cover that. She has done some bit of work in that. I'd speak on but energy can tell us where we can get one. But we are from Gulu. Where can he get an EPC within Gulu? There's already a customer. I hope it's for purchasing, not just demonstration. There's already a customer here who wants to get an appliance that is good from Gulu. And he also selling? Question.
I have a EPC like that.
Oh, an EPC. Please bring one. Please. Yes, please. Yes, and about the sustainability, we'll not talk about the, I'll leave the minutes talk about the cost of electricity. For me, the only thing I'll say is that's why the carbon standards talk about the efficiency of the machine, because the belief is the more the efficiency, the lesser energy you're likely to consume for cooking. Because true, especially some like infrared cookers and some induction cookers, they do consume quite a bit, especially if you don't get the right cooking pot for induction, the consumption is way high. So that is a fair, but I let the minister speak on matters on energy cost, and then comment on nutrition. I know there's no case of nutritional loss, but I know Lily has done, she can speak more on that. Do we lose nutrition when you're cooking EPCs in natural food? I don't think so, but I'll allow to speak more on that.
Yes. So I think the studies, so we've not really done a study on that. That before. It says when you look at say an EPC, because it's close to the okay, there's no loss of nutrients. So like everything is made within the EPC, so that is one. Number two, I think the other issue was you cook faster. So when you put an EPC, you cook faster, but actually you know that nutrients, say vitamin B and C. When you for a longer time, they can get rid of. But because the EPC is fast, the B and C, especially those two, they are waiting to do the concession. Yeah.
Thank you.
As I was thinking, someone else was really supporting me around here. I think she was told, do you have something that on that? All the nutritional value. Yeah. Okay, I need some food and nutrition. I go with you. But I don't know if the house can agree with me. If you cook a kale in on what's the case? Okay, firewood. Maybe it's the name. To cook a kale on firewood. Or and also you cook a kale is pressure cooker. So it's I think I don't the same question as OT, but versions in the one in culture and then two in the loss of nutrients, because I believe that food one
appearance and taste that tells you what food it is. So with her that just now, okay, a lot of food nutrients are lost because also you cover, you add. So some of the nutrients are also dissolved during the cooking process, because now when you use firewood, for example, that means now you have to put water full of the pot, so it can take time. But it's when you put some little water and nutrients that is dissolved while cooking using pressure cooker, it's really low compared to when you're using firewood. Thank you. Thank you. Just to add something that you mentioned, when you're cooking next to say beans, when you're cooking 75 and charcoal, the number of times you've eaten when they're not, I know you have this experience, beans not well cooked, right? Have you had that experience? You were one of the things that are not in the rules. But when you boil these things, you break down the fibers and things that when you eat them, it's easy to be digested by the intestines. And so those are just some of the things I'm going to use.
Yeah, so maybe we could have, before Christmas comes in, quick explanation on the EPC's design, capacity, etc., and including cost.
All right, this is an example of an electric pressure cooker. The Lucid brand, like Maria said, I am the digital distributor of Lucid electric pressure cooker in actually some regions. So this is 6 liters capacity, size of EPC. Maybe I stop there. There's the information.
Costs.
Cost.
Immigration.
The open market price, this is 280,000 for 6 liters capacity. Under the former subsidy, where if it is at 50% discount GIZ, but for refugees and most districts. That comes so many things. There's the saucepan, there are labels, there are other accessories as part of the package. Okay? Maybe the only difference, this is the multiple cooking, meaning you can cook anything. It's not a rice cooker, there are many in the market. It's a rice cooker, but this is multiple. So every button or food type labeled has its time cooking. Somebody talks of 40 minutes beans. So you play around. The cake baking 18 minutes. So average 10 to 25 minutes cooking with the exception of beans. So this is how it looks like. It doesn't have the chip or the measure, the meter. The topic is talking about. So it cannot measure the level of emissions and all that. But yes, this is in EPC. Who can help me explain best? Who has never cooked to the EPC? Okay, thank you so much. I personally, I did a review on using a pressure cooker compared to charcoal and gas. So there's not really a big change in these two things. Now, when you cook on a pressure cooker, it's faster, the nutrients are being retained. But when it comes to the taste, it's just a slight change that someone may not even differentiate when I bring you food. That this is cooked on a pressure cooker and this is on charcoal. You cannot differentiate the two. Thank you.
briefly, you say the subsidy is how much? Excuse me, subsidy is how much?
Subsidy, we were doing this at 160.
160.
Is it still at that cost? We've closed it.
Oh.
But even if it was there, Gulu City is not the project area.
Okay.
So it is our money. That's why I was created. Let's adapt this technology. It's better than all that. We can testify. And according to the project, we have to assure that those who can't afford, there's another efficient chapel. That's the higher tier. You can go check it. Yeah, sure. According to us and the project, for those who do not have or can't afford the electric pressure cooker, and you can afford to buy these. So our goal is, with time, you can upgrade to electric cooking. But once you upgrade and reach electric cooking, you cannot come back to charcoal because we are fighting environmental degradation, climate change, not so. So you can buy charcoal and upgrade to electricity or electric pressure cooker using your IUP. But once you reach here, you cannot come back to charcoal. You start cutting trees there. All right, so this is one as well. This is going for, this is surplus. It's going for, in the market is 250,000. Under the subsidy, we're giving at 90,000.
Okay, thank you. Some round of applause, I think, this gentleman here. I think I need to ask a few things that came up along the way. Someone mentioned about something to do with losing the taste of food.
Yes.
That's the layman language that everyone here can understand. That is just a behavioral change issue.
Okay. Where
it comes from. We are the most growers of matoke, banana, plantain, we call it plantain, different areas.
Yes.
We are the largest growers of banana in Western Uganda. We should be knowing how matoke tastes better because we are the growers. You get it? But when it comes to Central, they will tell you no. That is not how the taste should be. So the grower and someone who purchases, who should be knowing it better? The farmer and someone who just purchases, who should be knowing it better? It's the farmer. It's the farmer. Purchases. The one who purchases. No, because the So as you can see, it is just a behavioral change matter. But most of it, we have done live demos on different platforms. We have cooked with an EPC and cooked different meals. We have mingled the kalo in it, we have mingled the posho in it, we have done matoke, rice, the cow, monokoni, those who know, and all that. We have done it and actually cooks better than any other thing. You should grab thanks for the innovation. So in short, you don't lose anything. We had this kind of perception that when you cook with an EPC, again to matoke, eaters, they say when you don't use the banana fibers for kind of warming slowly, then you don't get the other kind of the aroma. No, that's still a perception. Because that EPC has a component where you warm in any way you want. You just automatically put there and you warm your food the way you want. So it stays a perception and a behavior change component. That is what comes in to ensure that we continue sensitizing people about the usage of the EPC. So that was one thing. The other thing was, I think, was on key issues. I think we are glad to have the Gulu city to be part of our local government, right? They mentioned about regulations. Let me begin with that one. But they did not cite the growth that we are working in. Yes, I have to say that as at March last year, we launched the mechanisms for Uganda, which you can still call regulations. Ideally, they are regulating the carbon markets in Uganda. So I want to call upon you now that we are in government together to now revisit and revisit the mechanism to ensure, but Article 6.0, 6.2, and 6.4, you'll find all this that we are talking about, right? But now it stipulates all this that we are talking about today. The other issue was on sustainability, about my sister there, who mentioned that you see, even the power is not there in the villages. Right now, the government is running a program. So if you are there, you need now to tap into. Under electricity scale-up project, the government has launched a free connection program. As long as you are within 3 meters to 95 meters, free power connection. Now, if you know you are within 3 to 95 meters, this is the time. You just go to the website of Uganda Distribution Company, UDCA, you apply, and you will be able to get free connection. And you can actually inquire about anything you want to inquire. This is part of initiatives that the government is put there to ensure that you get electricity in your house. We already mentioned about a reduction in the cooking tariff, because the government is aware that once you're using the power, you reduce the expenditures of these other things. We already mentioned about the 41 Uganda shillings for households, right? As long as you buy up to 8 units at the back. Then we also already mentioned about the cooking tariff for schools, 370, right? The 14 and 70, 14 at household above 8 units, then institutions at 370. So you can tap into all of those to make sure that you benefit. I think I mentioned about it. So that is part of bringing the sustainability you're talking about. You already said it is a free connection, connect. After connecting, now purchase up 80 units, then now reduce on expenditure. You see how things work? The good thing with the household unit, that one of 40, for it you can even use it for writing and cooking at the same time. That one is okay. The specific one is for institutions, right? The other one is seeing and believing. We have answered it, I think, right? Someone wanted to see and believe that what we are talking about is real. Today we are talking about the electric cooking, which we call e-cooking. Because people are wondering, what is this about e-cooking? Now, this is the electric cooking that we are talking about. And we are going all over regions talking about the same thing. The only difference is that we are going to be talking about other different value chains. So I want to call you that as we go to other regions, I will call upon you that you continue listening in and tuning in, because we are going to share the link, even with the list that we have here. You keep following what is going on. We are going to talk about biomass. We are going to improve cook stoves and what have you. Pellets. We are going to talk about biogas. We are going to talk about LPG.
So I implore you that wherever we go, you keep following us, and you get to learn more about all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I trust you're all good. We are almost coming to the end of our presentations. Remember I talked about monitoring, because carbon credits may be issued based on what has actually been verified as being electricity consumption in the case of e-cooking. And I remember in the beginning you said there are two different carbon accounting methodologies. So depending on which methodology you pick, there'll be different factors to look in. But more importantly, we looked at consumption for electric cooking. We talk about the location as well. It's very, very important. And being able to put these meters allowed. Now, what I know is for devices like an EPC like that one from Lucid, that doesn't have the meter, usually there's a possibility of having a meter that is external. Yeah, that is something that we've been able to ideate. So we shall be looking at the ones that are already in circulation, which ones will require an external meter, which one can have the meter embedded. But the key thing here is that making sure the devices are metered to allow us for verifiable check of consumption in kilowatt hours will be absolutely important. The technology they use actually is called continuously tracked energy consumption, or if you like CTEC, is very important with the e-cooking. If there's no consumption that is in the manner of kilowatt hours, then as far as the carbon standard is concerned, there's no verifiable mitigation activities by way of using an electric cooker. Okay, so that's a very, very important component for us to make sure we are together. Any question on the monitoring? I know you'll be wondering who bears the costs. Now, that's why I said for those persons who will want to be supporting the ministry in scaling e-cooking, please just make sure you stay behind, then we start having those technical, commercial, legal conversations. Yeah. For this case here, it was just a local stakeholder consultation, but our appeal to anyone who's out there who's looking at joining this e-cooking voluntary project activity to reach out the ministry to see how we can work together. Now, on your tables, you can see there's a link to there's a form providing the case where you can give us comments on what is your opinion, questions or comments on electric cooking. We shall also be sending emails to everybody from the register to provide a link that will be used to keep on collecting more and more information. For those who are online, that has been provided already. But more importantly is that by the time this project is coming to be registered, all these forms will be anchored within the ministry's website, including that one on Grievance, continuous input and Grievance redress mechanism. How many of you have seen the ministry's website for clean cooking? You know it's there. Website. Yes? Are you together? So you'll be able to see all the different initiatives. Once these projects are also registered, there'll be links provided for persons, especially those from the communities who feel that the program has not been initiated in the right mechanism. And of course, once the project has been registered at the goal center as well, there are those particular forms for the grievance redress mechanism. But ideally, as you mentioned, the idea here is not to cause any net harm to the community, no net harm to the climate. The idea here is supporting household institutions in the transition in a justifiable and sustainable manner. I hope that we are all aligned. And as we close, Dr. Ashba just mentioned that we are still doing stakeholder consultations. We started on the 30th of March in Kampala, where we were talking about the program of activities. And then now, for each of the fuels, there is a separate local stakeholder consultation that has been presented. And for those who can't make it here in person, they're able to join us virtually. So today, we are looking at e-cooking, and then we shall be going to Mbale on Wednesday. It's Wash and Wheels, but also we shall have a virtual
component. And then that's Wednesday. And then Friday, we shall be back in Kampala looking at biogas and bioethanol and improved Burma stoves. And then we shall be having LPG in Kampala again on Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. And then we finish on Thursday of next week in Barare. Yes, Barara. Sorry, yes. I hope it's together. The idea here again is the ministry is very keen to track and cover as many key regions as possible and talk about clean cooking. Those who can join us in person, you're most welcome. Those who will be joining us virtually, you're also most welcome. And then for the manufacturers and distributors who are keen to support a specific fuel, then please make sure you reach us out via email or today here in person to so I want to plug in, where do I start? And then we start having those conversations, because one or two companies can't do it themselves. Everybody must play a specific role. Today's conversation on electric cooking does not end today. By the different regulations, we are supposed to ensure that at the end of the day, we start what we call a feedback collection period for the next 30 days minimum to keep receiving insights on e-cooking. Questions, criticisms, ideas, how to improve. That's what we call consultation. Are you together? I'm sure there's so many other questions. For one or the other, you don't want to ask them now or you can't ask them now. That's why we have a 30-day window for people to keep on submitting the questions and we'll be getting them in responses. But more importantly is that by the time this project is getting to the registration status within the gold standard, don't be surprised to see so-and-so at Burma Hotel asked this question, and this was the response. There'll be a very detailed report on today's proceedings, the questions posed, and the responses provided, including those in writing and working. So, disclosures available, and of course, just to reiterate, we as Verst Carbon, we are simply a facilitator supporting the ministry, but it's the clean cooking unit at the Ministry of Energy, and we're the number that's really driving the conversation. Of course, other ministries such as the Ministry of Water and Environment, providing now the regulatory support to make sure that all these projects that are coming to fruition, they're making sense. And of course, we have got the development partners supporting the fuel pathways as well. They are part of this ecosystem. I, as a Kenyan, I want to conclude and say that it's always good to learn things from our brothers and sisters across the border. What the Ministry of Energy and Development is doing in Uganda is nothing short of transformational compared to the fact that they know clean cooking is a requirement, and now they're not just giving targets, but the ministry is actually actively working on this target. Sometimes we as citizens always say, when you see a government doing something, we take it for granted, but I can tell you that I looked around, no government is doing what the ministry is doing. And I'm not saying this because I'm the consultant, I'm just really saying that they're not doing the same, because clean cooking is not just something wishful. You actually have to put in the systems, mechanisms, platforms in place to support the transitions. And by looking at 6 different fuels that will be used across the country, depending on different circumstances, I think that is a very pragmatic approach as well. So that said, not unless there are technical questions that I can respond to online, let me see. No, I don't have. But unless there are any other technical questions or comments, allow me to pause there and re-invite the ministry for it to respond to any other questions or comments. And then I pass it to the communications team. You know what they like, eh? Say this, say that, like, share, retweet, comment. Any question or comments? A comment will also be a comment towards the choice of venue, food, anything is a comment. Do you feel sufficiently enabled? I think there's a question back there and here too. Questions, comments, areas for improvement. So I've got one here and then back there, yes?
Thank you. My question is on the 5-year window that we're talking about. And specifically, if someone has bought a device, I think generally expected to use that 5 years. But if after 1 year, I'm tired of that, yeah. Do I take it back to the vendor? I get a new one and I continue planning?
Yeah, thank you. So going back to the point on the crediting period, I don't know, what is the device lifespan for the UC device? 5 years. Okay, then we have to, if you're to be part of the project, we have to check on something, because if the crediting period is 5 years and the device lifespan is either 5 or less, then we have to ask ourselves, how do we ensure its technical lifespan is longer than the crediting period? In most cases, the people do device replacement, for example. That's just one example. But we need to answer your question more directly is that as an end user, when you buy it, you're using it for projects, the beneficiary mechanism we're having with, let's say, the developer should cover the entirety of the period. Again, depending on what was agreed in the plan. In the regulations, I think it was clause 18, it speaks on a beneficiary plan, where a developer must say how they intend to share the benefits with the community or end users, and that is something that will be submitted as part of the to secure a letter of objection. Okay, so and of course the mechanism to monitor to see how many members of the community are part of our projects as well as part of the monitoring plan, and to ensure that they are living to the terms of the beneficiary plan. So it's ready for the entirety of the crediting period. In this case, it will be 5 years. If a device is found to have malfunctioned before the end of the 5 years, it's usually excluded from the next issuance. Because remember, credits are only issued based on verifiable consumption. So if this device stops transmitting data, it can be assumed that it's either no longer in existence or no longer in use, which simply means no credits issued to the company, the developer, and of course, no benefits will be going to the end user. And that's for the e-cooking. Making sure everything is metered is absolutely important. Up together. Yes. Question, comments here?
Yes, that's a bit of an inquiry.
Particularly, I want to make more about it because that's every time give examples of e-cooking skills. Yeah, that's my concern. Being a teacher, and I think our school has been mapped for pilot. Now I want to inquire whether in your procedure, you are planning for installation of one e-cooking where we can have a live example like I've had here in the room, where schools can go and learn and believe in what is covered. If that's so, I would have it in my school. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, you have suggested your school.
Yes.
That's very aggressive, but okay. I'll let Dr. Ashboy give us response. Any other question or comment? Is this where you love me? Yeah. This is where you love me. If you're not a school, you're a community, talk about the devices coming to your community, making sure the transformer and everything has been brought and made available. Any other question or comment before I give you Dr. Ashboy? Okay, yes. It's an open mic forum, open mic. Any question or comments? Yes.
Inquire if this EPC has gotten spoiled. Are we having a specific place to repair it or specific people can repair it?
Very good question. So again, for the vendors who are going to be finalized with the ministry's process, if you provide to a particular school, it's your responsibility to oversee the installation, the capacity building of the users, and of course, based on the warranty period, the monitoring. And that's going to be a case by case basis. To answer your question, yes. So if it's an household level, to whom we purchase, if it is a clergy, it's their responsibility. So it's usually as per the terms of the contraction, the contracts.
If they run away, and nowhere can see them.
If you are part of this problem, and they're still Ugandan, the law will take its course. Yeah, okay. Because for the particular program, when we say the ministry is the coordinating management entity, it bears the ultimate responsibility of what we say project beneficence within the different buckets. And then we talk about the issue of the grievance redress mechanisms. Yeah, there'll be those clear protocols on how do you escalate when this guy is not picking the phone and his device has a problem. But remember, there's some issues like when you drop like a phone, you crack your screen, that's your fault, yeah? But talking about actual mechanical issues, is the responsibility of the different vendors will be coming on board. And if they're part of this program, then the ministry, being the CME, has the ultimate responsibility to make sure those vendors are held to account. Let me use that word, held to account. Yes.
You have talked about that you are partnering with the government so that any pass of this between 0 meters to 95 meters and get free connections for installation from the distribution company. Then, how can you help a client who is beyond 95 meters?
Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Christmas, to those beyond 95, do they move the houses? So what do you do? So he'll respond to that? Yes?
I think the case of defective or faulty electric pressure cooker, that is also part of accountability. This is through Ministry of Energy, Bureau Development. I recall last year, there is this body, it's called CRIC. CRIC. 7. The ministry. Yes. There's CRIC. CRIC organized the training here in Gulu. And there were some identified technicians to really help fix up these problems. We always say, let us appreciate the warranty terms which come along with the items. But for out of error, human error, let us also be mindful that there is a bit of cost. You spoiled it. Please, ministry gives us the details of the technicians who are all over the country. We go to them and fix maybe at a small fee. It's also our responsibility to keep well the items we benefit from more from government. That is it. The second thing is I would like to encourage people once again to adapt the technology of e-cooking, electric pressure cooker. From my experience and from the previous training we got, that equipment and why it makes it so good, yet less in terms of power consumption, is that you see in our traditional way of cooking, you use saucepan and a cover. Once you open the cover, the whole steam would escape, not so, the air. That's steam. In this particular one, the EPC, it will try to preserve as much pressure inside. To the more the pressure, the faster it will cook for you. And water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. So let's know that once water or the liquid in has reached 100 degrees, it doesn't go beyond the boiling point. It regulates power automatically. So imagine it cuts your power, and yet it has still saved a lot of steam, which steam is cooking for you. So just imagine how much you're going to save power. You will just need about a half or even a quarter of a unit of power. Our power is about 750 shillings. So you will just need about 500, 300 shillings to cook. Way cheaper than the charcoal we buy in the city here. There's that small white charcoal for 1,000 in Whitefield, which is already expensive. Sometimes you need 2 bundles for 2,000 to cook or prepare a whole meal. So just imagine you cook with electricity, you spend 300 or 400 shillings. See how much money you will have saved. So this is better. To me, it's even better than LPG or gas, because you can't boil gas or beans every day on gas for fear you drain off your gas, and the cost of filling is very high. So this is a very cheaper alternative for cooking and across all the bills. So it's just a word of encouragement.
I would encourage our team who came today to make more of this awareness. In the beginning, I talked about we are really yet behind here in the north. Not for any bad reason, because the technology is new. We are still trying to adapt the technology, at least with no gas or LPG, and then the charcoal stoves. So you even see for yourself, colleagues in the room here, many have not come across the item yet, and yet that has been the topic right from the beginning to the end. In other words, so many people have not really understood what we're talking about. So there's a lot of work to do, especially in the country, to make people migrate from appreciate this latest technology, and jointly will fight the issue of climate crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one, we don't have this slide.
Thank you, everyone. I have some views on why about the effect of the product during usage. How can you guarantee the effect of this product during usage? Because at times you're always putting up appliances. In the other putting up appliances other than this, which can just coming new compared to one. But you had issues where at times putting up appliances blow up during this water. So what is the effect of what users use what using when they are engaging with this activity? Then secondly, you talked about pre-installation people near that need to be safe from period 9 and 10. Now, how are you to be sure about the efficiency? Because currently, we all know the UAE is someone who's applying, the other one who are paying to pay. Actually, it takes very long to get the installation. So now, this framework, which now they offer, how will it be really efficient? Because if they are one that are being paid, they can both 5 to 6 months or even a year, we have an installation of efficiency for that. So whatever want to be, most people might love, like right now, a lot of people from here, some can even need to buy about the EPC and often. And they can be a lot of they don't apply to take it. Thank you.
And as we go to him, I think I'll respond to the issue of safety. So all EPCs, they come with a safety mechanism. All of them, even for this one, I've never used this one, but the one I use at home. And even one that we're developing for a sister company, one of the first things we ensure is the safety. The advantage of the electric EPC is that most of them come up, if they have a pressure valve inside, once the pressure builds up, the valve pops out. And it can only go back in when that pressure is reduced, which can at that point. Of course, the instances, 1 or 2 of them blowing out because of, I don't think it's majorly on how it was built, but because someone opened it before the pressure really, yeah. So for me, because it's used mainly with my nanny, one of the things I insist with her is that once you boil say beans, do not open it immediately. Plan yourself, boil it for say the 35 minutes you're boiling with it, give it another 30 minutes for it to self-release the pressure. But even then, if you're in a hurry, there is this other button here that you simply flip it for it to come out. That is one. The other misconception that is there a lot about the EPCs is that this is used for boiling beans and everywhere you have sweet potatoes. There's that misconception that it's only used for boiling things. But from our experience, especially these modern EPCs, you can use to cook even tea with it. And during those moments, you don't have to lock it. You open it when it's you cook when it's open. Just place the lid on so that you don't lose the vapor. But you can also cook these other meals. You can cook rice, you can boil, you can cook, you can make stew with it, and what else? Yeah. But most of them come with safety mechanisms.
Yes, thank you so much. This topic of plain cooking is actually something I like so much. I can take 10 days listening. I like it very much. My concern is this. I know our country has full of counterfeit products. An idea can come in, some of us are ready to pull up our energies to make sure it works. Before you know it, someone has actually counterfeited the products and the clients are almost crying everywhere. They want to kill you. The ministry, we need to set a very robust monitoring framework for the quality of these things. Someone can make just write the word push it there. Then because the users are always not having the technical knowledge about these products, they will now come and talk to you the vendor. They say you are the one who is taking from them. And you find that before the product reaches the level where we can say we have got enough, the users are actually abandoned it. So my appeal is the ministry, government agencies should ensure that counterfeit products don't cross this point yet. Yeah, please for now. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much. I feel that this concept faces lack of understanding among these stakeholders. Well, because it's donor driven. So looking at us the entrepreneurs and the business people, investors, especially the private sectors, often demand predictable short-term returns. I feel like the government should loosen up the 5 years in order to attract able access. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much. I wanted to bring this when my sister was talking about sustainability. I don't know if you've ever asked also why is for example, in our place here, I think the Bajaj cycle is so common and is the highest in terms of market and use in our region here for a long period of time. I don't know if you have the answers. But what I'm trying to bring out is that as far as sustainability is concerned, I wanted to ask my brother, I think he has moved out. He earlier on mentioned that there's a training that has already been done, capacity building, for over 600 plus local technicians to capacity building and maybe train people on how to do this. But now, we should all know that we can be well master of how to use some of the things. But the problem is now, how about if it gets spoiled? For example, like me, I bought a rice cooker a year ago. From nowhere, I think suddenly it's got found. I don't even know where I'm taking, like, for repair. Now, maybe just to broaden the lifespan of maybe a product, we need to also consider training technicians to carry out repairs of these appliances. Because trust me, these things get spoiled. And also the other thing is that whether we want it or not, these things we are going to adopt these things. Sooner or later we're going to each and every house is going to be cooking using these things. But now we need to train people who can manage to repair things at our places at affordable prices. And also we need to have retailers that sell these spare parts of some of these things, the coils, the water. You cannot have that just no, to just still a problem. I think that is what I'm going to have. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, before I was looking forward to seeing someone representing the Gulu ministry, Gulu local government. I think first. Any other person representing Gulu local government? You're here. I want Gulu local government to first give a vote of thanks. So I will speak at once. So you're just going to give a vote of thanks on behalf of everyone here. Appreciation, just a vote of appreciation. Then we can move forward. Since the senior is not here, take over, feel at home. Okay, since the senior is not here, let's take up the microphone. Right, okay, let's pick one person, another person from just anyone. Just to give, I think you can give a vote of.
Thank you so much. My name is Kenneth Peter Steven, a community development officer for District of Africa. I've taken 20 years in district local government. Allow me in a special way appreciate the Ministry of Energy for coming up with all these initiatives. We have been suffering a lot with some funny diseases, especially respiratory connected. But if we have come with this kind of initiative, it is upon us now as stakeholders. We go down to the community and sensitize the community. We cannot wait for the specific report from the ministry to move to our local areas. We have activities, like me as a community development officer, I have a lot of activities. The PDM activities is going on. The other projects is also going on. So we can mainstream the campaign, the massive campaign on this e-cookie system. So it is my pleasure that we go on and campaign on behalf of the ministry. The consultant, thank you a lot for coming to our country, especially in the northern Uganda. At least this time we are free. We used not to be free. You know, we have taken 20 years in the war, but this time we have peace. So we can now to my colleague from districts, from various departments. Thank you for participating. Thank you for coming. Thank you for honoring the invitation. Though some got the invitation late through phone calls, but we managed to come. I appreciate all of you for coming. I now pray hard that you move to various locations with God blessing. Thank you.
Thank you. That was Gulu local government. Thank you for those kind words. So before I answer most of these few questions that came up, I am going to, if you have data on your phone and battery, if you have battery, I want you to type the word Fumba. Fumba is a Uganda word, is a Kiswahili word. Kufumba, is it there? Pika, Uganda is a Fumba. Okay, Fumba, F-U-M-B-A. But we have the password here if you don't have data.
for your internet. fumbahub.com. If you don't have data, it is here. As I answer most of these, you'll get to know what I'm talking about. So let me begin with my brother who said that they need to be given an opportunity to learn. If we finish piloting these schools and we are going to transition them into electric cooking, then maybe after we have connected or installed these technologies in one school, he was robbing and he wants us to take all of you into those schools. Briefly, when you look at the data from the Education Statistics Abstract, Volume 1, it highlights that we have about roughly 53,012 schools in Uganda, an estimate, where we have about 45,164 primary schools, both government and primary. That's an average, a rough estimate. It also highlights that we have a rough estimate of secondary schools, about 7,466. So it also highlights that we have about certificate awarding institutions, about 135. And the diploma awarding institutions, they're about 174. And degree awarding institutions, about 73. So if you sum up all of these, they are about 53,012 schools in Uganda. But this pilot is only for how many schools? In the morning we mentioned about that. How many? 140 schools of 53,000. Our prayer is that we reach all the 53,000. This is just a drop in an ocean, right? While there are other mechanisms and interventions that are being put in place, we are just beginning. Not so? So, you are already a pilot, and so we want to pilot it with you. We are going to pilot it with you, we run it with you, and we see how it is performing with you. So you're already a sample study. That's what I can say. So while you want to run from others, we also want to run from you. So that is what I can say. That is one. The other issue is the households beyond 95 meters. What do? You are leaving us out. But even the 95 meters, the schools have not, this has also not been there, right? But now it has come. Different interventions are going to keep on coming over a period of time. You get? We continue to innovate and ensure that we have interventions for purposes of meeting our targets in Vision 2040, right? Through NDP 4, and they are clearly stipulated. Am I clear? So that said and done, so far, if you are beyond 95 meters, of course they are there. Let us also first get the ones who are within. You get? These are your brothers, they are your friends, they are your neighbors, relatives, and you know them. First bring those ones. Let them come, because we know there are many, right? As you can see, we are running a program of how many value chains? We mentioned them, don't forget. How many? 6 value chains. So if this word comes to you, don't forget about it. We said there are 6 value chains. The first value chain is A. The first value chain is electric cooking. That's the first value chain. The second value chain is LPG. Yes, it is another value chain. The third one is biomass, improved stoves. The other value chain is ethanol, wonderful. Those are 4. The other one is pellets and briquettes is also another value chain. The last one is biogas. Biogas, right? So there are how many? There are 6. Today we are handling only 1 of the 6, but all the 6 are going to be handled, right? So this intervention, why you're saying you're running for the 95 meters, that's what I'm answering. We still have the 6. You get? Let's have these ones who are here, and we have also these other interventions. Maybe the other question is going to say, for us who don't have cows, how are we going to have biogas? You get? For us who cannot access ethanol, how are we going to access ethanol? You get? But what we are saying, each one is being put into consideration. I think that's the main question here. And I presume most people are within urban centers. They are within 95 meters. If we can be able to have all the urban centers join this program, it will be a big achievement, right? I think the other issue that came up was the list of technicians. We said we have, through CREED, we have trained over 600. That's why I said you now type in the word Fumba Hub. Once you go there, it asks you to register, right? Anyone can register with the Fumba Hub. Now I want you to have Fumba Hub register as a user, right? Once you register, you will be able not only to access the technicians, but you are going to access other services. If I am looking for service providers of these value chains that I mentioned, where do I find them? If you are there in private sector and you want to be known, we have, imagine if he had not carried some things in his car. You just go to Fumba Hub. Fumba Hub has been given coordinates that you can be able to know is in Fort Potro. You get? If someone is looking for it from Fort Potro, if someone is in northern, eastern, western, central, or any other area, you just put there and you're able to access, right? That is also another thing that I implore you to use most. Actually, going forward, we want you to go digital-wise, right? You go use that and you'll access every service. And of course, now someone was saying, these are donor-driven things. As private sector, we are profit-oriented. We need government to listen to our minds. The government has listened now, right? First and foremost, we understand there are challenges of demand and supply. What we are doing here, in the bigger context, we are addressing the issue of demand and supply, right? Economics. How, if you are able to design a project and prices are subsidized under the carbon financing program, you get? You have so many people buying because the products are now affordable. That affordability causes adoption to increase. All right? Once adoption increases, people are buying more. You, as a supplier in private sector, you will need more. How? Because things are being purchased. That means you will also need to buy more to be able to supply. You see how we are striking balance? So that's what I'm trying to come to me. So we are already listening. Again, we have now come up with a design structure of the program where we are not saying only EPC. No. Everyone in the value chain, you must benefit. All right? What is remaining is you now expressing interest.
and we have put, I think you will help me. We have put where to address your comments, and you express interest. There are emails there. We are going to put them there. But again, after here, we have taken the we have registered you, all of you. So we shall be able to come back to you and say, from the discussion that we had, the stakeholder engagement, are you willing to join the program? If you're willing, then we start the conversations, right? The other hurdle was, I cannot register the carbon project, and it is true. Very few people can register the carbon project. Now we have brought a carbon project at no cost. You get? That is already trying to ensure that we trigger, you get, the business performance. We are already sending a signal that we are triggering business performances in Uganda. Now we imagine if all the service providers in the private sector, in the 6 value chain, as we have mentioned them, if they all joined the program and they are all getting these carbon credits, you get, that's a lot of money. So that's what we are talking about. You earn and you make the products affordable, you increase the adoption. That's what we are talking about. The other issue was, he has an EPC. I already mentioned about it. If you have an EPC and you want repair, we now have Fumba Hub. Just access Fumba Hub, get any technician that you need just near you. If you checked at Fumba Hub, you will see someone very close here in Gulu, and you will wonder how you didn't know about this person. So I think I have mentioned, I've answered most of the questions. I therefore want to give these closing remarks based on what we have learned. First and foremost, I want to congratulate and thank all of you for emerging and convening here in Gulu at Boma Hotel today for the discussion and the engagement about the design of the VPA or the program on electric cooking. I want you to clap hands for yourselves. And I want to again congratulate you for being good learners. I again want to thank you for coming from all walks of life, those distances to come and be part of this discussion. We want to thank you. But again, we want to thank the facilitators, the consultants who have really enabled us to understand. These are technical terms and very hard things. When they are talking about them, they are simplified. So they have been simplified for us to understand them. But I can guarantee you, if you go there to read them, you look for what to pick and you cannot pick it. So let's appreciate them for simplifying this information and enabling us to ensure that we understand them. So that said and done, we came here with specific objectives that we intended to achieve. First of all was to present to you the program design and the methodology of this program, which we have achieved today. I want you to grab hands for that. The other component was to discuss about the digital monitoring, reporting, and the verification procedures, DMRV, which we have clearly explained, right? So I want us to appreciate the facilitators once more. We are here also to discuss about the carbon rights and the benefit sharing, plus the governance of the program. I hope now everyone understands the concept. Let's clap hands for that. We were also here to get feedback from you because we want to design what works for you, not what works for us. We hope what we are designing is something that you feel it benefits you. That is why we are getting this feedback, right? So we also want to appreciate the facilitators for that good work. And finally, we wanted, of course, to consult you and, of course, inform you about the entire program and activities that are within, which have really been achieved. We also want to thank you for that. But finally, we want to thank the management and staff of Boma Hotel for the good ambience and reception that we have gotten at this hotel. We want to thank them. So anyone who is close to them, we want to thank them. Of course, we shall also thank the entire team that has been here from manager, from ministry, and all the partners, specifically to thank the British High Commission that is facilitating this kind of activity to be achieved. Let's thank them in absentia and other development partners. I want to thank you all for being attentive in this now call this engagement to end in the as we plan to go to other regions. From here, we shall go to Eastern, and we are going to be in Eastern on Wednesday, the 23rd. We are going to be at Wash and Wheels. If you can, come and participate. If you can, participate virtually. If you can, if you have friends and relatives and in that area, also invite them to come and be part of us. From Eastern, we are going to go to Central, then we shall continue to Western, so that we let people get to know about this program. With that, we have come to an end, and I officially close this engagement in the name of and Spirit.
Yeah, so thank you so much. So what we do is take a photo that we can come back in that.